Good morning. Hey, good morning. Oh, hey, good morning. Oh, hello. Hello. You, hello. You, hello. Oh, how you doing? Oh. Oh, what? Stupid thing. It's supposed to fade in and out, and it didn't even fade in and out. Yeah. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing this morning? This lovely day, this lovely, wonderful. Well, it was sunnier earlier. It's less sunny now. It is less sunny now than it was sunny, lovely and sunny earlier. How are we all doing? We are going to we'll just warm up for a few minutes, have a bit of a chat, obviously, first, you guys, you know the drill, before we start getting into the serious business, the seriousness of the conversation today. I'm hoping, I don't know why, this, sorry, don't mind me just wiggling myself around over here, getting myself set up. Oh, I don't know why this is so crooked. I am filling words I don't have here. Ah, yes. Yeah, no, fair. Don't stress. Don't stress. I don't know if I'm going to be on for that long today, just because of the unwell chillins. Just because of the unwell chillins. We'll see how long they give me. Oh. Ah! Stupid thing. Stupid thing. Ugh. Camera just will not stay straight. Yeah, we'll see how long they give me before they get sick of it and decide they want me in there paying attention to them. You picked up some unwellness as well, or that you just have allergies? I think I have a little bit of unwellness as well. A little bit of unwellness. But hopefully not too much unwellness because... Oh, yeah. Change of season is always the time of bad health, isn't it? It's a lot less fun. Where is my pop-out for my chat? Where is it? This is not good. Where is it going? Oh, there it is. Yeah? No, darling, but you can. Oh, my poor little boys. They are not feeling the best. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is the change of season really just fucks all of us, doesn't it? It's just not... It's not a fun time. It's just not a fun time. Sorry, guys, one sec. Oh, all right, now I've got to do the TikTok. I've got to do it live on TikTok as well. I always fucking hate it. This is the part I don't even want to do, you know? Monday. Madness. Here we go. I just checked if you were live there or not. Yeah, Camera. I have to figure out why this bloody... Oh, the ad's about to start. That's all good. No stress. Bonus content time. Bonus content time. Hello. Hi, Mike. Welcome, welcome. Emery, fancy seeing you here. Oh, fucking stupid thing. Can you please? Yep. Yep. Oh, it's annoying me. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, bone cone. Bone cone. We all like the bone cone time, don't we? We all like the bone cone time. I don't know why TikTok just insists on filtering fucking everything. What's annoying? The camera. The camera's annoying the shit out of me. No, as soon as I touch it, like as soon as it just doesn't, it moves so much. Anyway, whatever, all good. I think you particularly like it, yeah. I particularly like it. What do I particularly like? Yes? I can't keep track of too many conversations in too many places. The camera or the stand? No, it's the stand. It's not the camera's fault. It's the stand's fault. The camera's obviously like not the problem. The stand, because it like it's just very, very easy to move, and I'm trying to just move it a tiny bit, and it moves like, and I'm like, and I have to tighten it to get it to stop moving so easily. You particularly like the bone cone? I do. I had thought the ad is on. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I had thought I was going to skip the bonus content this week. I was going to have a bit of a break. But now that I'm here, I'm like, fuck it. Fuck it. Allergies are getting all of us, aren't they? This time of year. Oh, and whose is that? Whose is that? Is that... Nah. Okay. So, can I just ask a question from anyone? Anyone who has ever lived with a man or had a man in their house, like, have you ever had to pick up shit like this? Like, this is a tissue that he has clearly used to clean out his earwax that he's just then left on this. He was over here last night and he's just left it on my desk. He's got a tissue to clean out his earwax last night and he's just left it sitting there on my desk. This is my ex-husband. My ex-husband has left his dirty earwax tissue on the table for me to clean up. Dirty fucking earwax tissue. Just left it there for me to deal with. Men are like children, and they shouldn't be allowed to be. They shouldn't be allowed to be. I demand something weaponized incompetence. Yeah, something weaponized incompetence. Something inconsiderate. Something. Like, it just... the thing that, like, you know, we think of cleaning as being this big job, it's like, it actually doesn't need to... The only thing is that you need to, like, take the time to clean are things like doing, you know, your beds and your floors and those things that are actually, like, jobs. The general cleaning and putting rubbish away, you could just do it as you go and not leave a fucking mess for everyone else to fucking clean up all the fucking time. Ugh. It makes me so mad. It just makes me so mad, the inconsiderate, you know? It just... Oh... Makes me fucking angry. Any hoozles. I missed the ad. That was great, wasn't it? I missed my ad time. I had my time and I missed it. It's all good. Yep. And like, okay, this is the thing too. I'm not going to spend the whole day ranting about him again. But oh by golly, I just need a break. I need a break from all of them. Him, them, and everyone. Oh my gosh. I have so much I gotta fix in my house now after this weekend. Ugh. You see the mess of my place, and that's 2 separate disabilities that make it actively hard to tidy up after myself. Yeah, exactly. It's actually really not that hard to tidy up after yourself if you're just like making an effort to not leave a huge big mess behind yourself everywhere you go. You know, like who picks a dirty tissue out of their ear and then just goes, like who doesn't do as they're doing it, walk towards the bin to put it in the bin as they're walking? Like that's just, and you know the thing is too is I'll say something and it'll be like, oh my god, why are you making such a big deal out of it? It's just one tissue. It's like it's not just one tissue. It's all of your fucking cum-filled, snot-filled tissue, earwax-filled tissues I've had to pick up after the last decade and a half. Rah! No more. No more. No more. Anyway, now we can play some apostate bingo today. I do have that's fine. That's fine. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. Ah! There we go. How's that? That's better, isn't it? Hey! Hi, Kimothy! Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. That smooth transition. Yeah, there we go. So we might play apostate bingo later, but I did want to... There is a video. There is a little itsy bits of video up and about at the moment on fascism that I thought we could watch together if you guys are interested. My friend who is also XJW blamed Jehovah for her guilt this morning. Yep, it's all Jehovah's fault. Zoom into fascism, yes. Oh, I forgot to put the invite to join if anyone wants to come up and join. I forgot to put the invite up. Let me put the invite up quickly. In case anyone does want to join. Don't switch. Actually, that was something I was going to say as well. If... Woo, we're back, babies! Minotaurs, ankles! Minotaur voices the void. Yup. Here we go. Yeah, I saw that thing on Should Australia Go Nuclear as well, Kim. I was just looking at your list there. The thing is too, ever since they first mentioned it, I started going, stop. Like before we even start talking about the technology, we have to talk about the legislation. Like we are so far behind the eight ball on this one, it's not going to fucking happen. And all the people going, oh, well, if the experts are saying that we can, who are you to think that we can't? I'm like, it's not even about, I don't need to be an expert on nuclear. I'm an expert on Australian public policy. I'm an expert on how our government works and how our public policy process works. And I'm telling you that we are at least 10 years away from the Senate agreeing to allow us to try nuclear. Forget the fucking technology and like building permits and the environmental protection and all the rest of it. We got a decade before we can even convince both houses of government that nuclear is a good fucking idea. Like, hey, Jazzy! Oh dear. There is a topic, apparently. Oh, day one of new role. Ooh, fair enough. Fair enough. Good guess, correct. It's always fascism. It's always fascism's fault. But yeah, I thought we would take a little bit of a look of a video on fascism from... Now, I'm gonna admit, like, okay, I find a lot of these videos very repetitive in the sense that I feel like a lot of it is just, well, like, it's already stuff that a lot of us are already going to know, which I feel is, unfortunately, a lot of the mainstream is about trying to educate the masses, and so a lot of it is sort of stuff that we sort of already know. But this video talks a lot about fascism in the suburbs, which I think is really important for the Australian context, given that we are all of, like, We're all the fucking suburbs. It's all the fucking suburbs. And yeah, and this video, I mean, it doesn't go into it all that much. It's not like a it's not like a fucking fantastic, amazing. I'm not sitting here going, this is the only video you need to watch on fascism. No. It's very much just to look at on the fact that fascism's rising at the moment, why fascism's rising, what's helping contribute to it, and what we can do about it. Oh, wait, paying attention. There is a topic. The topic's fascism, guys. She's smart, attractive, and pulls cones. 10. Thanks. I'll take it. I'll take it. Civilizations fall because the people didn't get a say. Sometimes, yeah, absolutely. But we definitely need more radical democracy than what we have now. The version of democracy that we have now is not it. Not it. Especially when you consider the fact, and this is the thing that I think a lot of people don't... When I start rambling and I start getting annoyed about this shit, a lot of people just kind of go, oh my God, go live somewhere else where they have less say and all the rest of it. But one of the things that really annoys me is that we don't have a democracy. We don't live in a democracy. We don't live in a society anymore. We live in an economy. And that economy is a planned economy. It's being planned by the people who are on the boards, who have the money, who have the means. It's a planned economy that we have absolutely no say in whatsoever. We have no democratic force. We have no voting potential. We have no power, economically speaking, at all. The power comes from the almighty dollar and we don't have it. So it's not a democracy. We start our day in a democracy and then we go into a dictatorship between 9 to 5 every fucking day. If we're working a 9 to 5, for the rest of us, it's, different. And we now have a government as well who is actively trying to stop us from being able to withdraw our labour, to protest, to go on strike, to do the things that we have been able to do since the French Revolution, to be able to get some of that power back. And it's because we don't live in an economic democracy. We do not live in a democracy. And people who think we live in a democracy think that... and I think this is why as well people put so much emphasis on the police and so much emphasis on why we need the police to maintain law and order, because that's what we think of the state as doing. But they don't. They don't. They're not doing that. Defo a 10. Yes, thank you. I had a video about democracy. Kratos for the demos. Is a farce? Yes. Yes. I think that's where the power comes from, actually. And look, Hobbes and Locke both agreed that power came from the people, just in different ways. Hobbes believed that the people, we subjected ourselves to a king because it was what was best of us, and so we owed our allegiance to them, and the power came from us, but for our own protection, it was better for us if we just, do what the king tells us to all the fucking time. Whereas Locke says that the only authority that the ruling class have are from the people, but because the authority comes from the people, that it's our job to hold them to account. And again, I think it's really easy again for men who, because again, the men who are writing these things, don't forget, are from that class where they are going to have a say. They have that money. Like, all of these great philosophers, all these great thinkers were coming from the class of people that had the money. So for them, looking at the economic disparity and what a unfortunate role that plays in democracy, as in that it perverts democracy and makes it not so democratic anymore, a lot of them were very ignorant of. Divine right of kings. Let's get back to that. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. But one of the big problems that we have when we talk about the rise of fascism, a lot of it comes down to the fact that we have this big misunderstanding of what powers and structures we do have at the moment, what levers we do push. The government will not abide by leftist extremists, but they will abide by fascist extremists. And there's a reason for that. Fascism wants to uphold the nation state, whereas leftism acknowledges that the nation state is a tool that is not doing the best. Shame he passed. And we talk about George Carlin every time anyone... No. What I really need, male as a people... Yes! Yes! My sister's thesis was the US and Australian constitutions. Yes, I remember you telling me. Yeah, Red Scare, baby. It only takes a pebble to knock down a giant. Yes. Where do we get the pebbles without getting David's rewards? We don't need, and that's the thing, like, they're you know, it does only take a pebble to knock down a giant, and it does only take, like, it only takes, like, 20% of the population on board for us to have full sweeping change. We currently don't have democracy, and I love democracy. Yeah, we don't have democracy. We don't have democracy. And whenever anyone sort of comes at me and says, oh, you know, if you don't like it here, go elsewhere then. And it's like, it's not better elsewhere. I'm not sitting here saying it's so much better everywhere else in the whole fucking world. We should be more like them. I'm saying it sucks. We have the potential to make it so much fucking better. Why aren't we doing that? You know? Yeah, David was named king. Yep, David was king. And he's, yeah, David and Jonathan. I mean, yeah, pretty rewarding. David and Jonathan and their good time. Their good times together. Absolutely. The original Forbidden Lovers, you know, forget, well, no, I suppose they don't outdate Tristan as old, do they? That was David and Goliath, David, yeah. Why had I never connected that? Oh, have you never picked up the fact that David and Jonathan were totally boning? David and Jonathan were like fully lovers. Like, it's not even, and this is the thing that amazes me about the Christians as well. It's not even subtext. It's fully textual. It's fully fucking textual. Them boys was fucking fully textual. Pull the code on live, please. Gotta go. No worries. Thank you for joining us. I don't want to, I can't pull it on the live, unfortunately. I have to come over here and do it a little bit because otherwise TikTok will ban me and I will lose. But feel free to like the live. Like the live. You can hear it. And if you jump over onto Twitch, you do get to see me do it during Bone Cone time. If you're on Twitch. Jonathan was trans in Joseph was trans in Modern Jewish Take with Jonathan. Oh. Joseph was trans. There you go. I didn't know that. Jonathan was Saul, fucking hell. What was his name? King Saul? King Saul, his son Jonathan, and David. So you know King Saul's son Jonathan, who was supposed to inherit the crown, but then God picked David, and Saul was all butthurt about it, but Jonathan was all, no, I love him, he's the best. Like, it's all good, I'm just going to be his queen. He'll be my king, and I'll be his queen, and life be good, daddy. So good, daddy Saul. My boyfriend wear the crown and get all the responsibility, and I get to live like a prince for the rest of my life like I have been doing already. Suits me just fine, daddy. So many Sauls, yeah. Saul Paul, this is all, we're in Old Testament. There's an argument for Jesus being trans. Being biologically fatherless. There you go. Yeah, I was talking about, King Saul, who David inherited from, you know, David and Goliath. King Saul had a son named Jonathan, and Jonathan had great love for David and wanted David to be king, even though it was his birthright. So yeah, so there's a lot of scholarship on the relationship between David and Joseph, David and Jonathan. The great love, kings with benefits. Woohoo! Just like John was the disciple Jesus loved. Yes! John was the disciple that Jesus loved, and everyone's like, platonically. Oh, right, yeah, because Jesus was so not known for loving people already. The Bible had to specify. And in the ancient Greek, if you go back to the ancient Greek, they used different love. They had, like, agape. I remember agape because we used to have to, when I was in the cult, we used to have speeches and we used to have talks about this stuff all the time, but there was like filial, agape, filial, agape. I can't remember them. I can't remember them now. Either way, there's one that's like romantic love, and the romantic love is specifically used when talking about David and Jonathan, for sure. For sure. Like, they were romantically in love, regardless of what the Christians, regardless of what they want to say. In the Greek, these was romantically linked. Our church did the same. Yeah, women were for procreation, men were for pleasure. Live access removed. For gender-based violence, sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. Yep. Live access removed. I couldn't get the asshole removed the other night, who was talking about savages and primitives. I couldn't get him removed for racism, but I've been removed for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence for discussing the fact that David and Jonathan were boning. You've got to be kidding me. I've appealed it, but what does it fucking remember? What does it matter? What does it matter? Probably implying Jesus wasn't straight. Far out. But what pisses me the fuck off, well, at least I can do fucking bonus content now without having to think about it. But like, helpful resources. They've got a tutorial they want me to do now. Fuck off. No, you can't win the free speech bullshit. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because free speech, and this is why I wanted to talk about this today, especially with the fascism, free speech is only used to protect fascism. Right? Like, even with these right-wingers with all their bullshit about free speech and, like, hooters and bullshit, they're still out there not allowing drag shows, right? Like, another form of speech. But it's not about, like, again, talking about historically gay people. Yeah, exactly. It just pisses me the fuck off. TikTok just pisses me the fuck off. Like, why do you not have anything better to do with your time? May the 13th. I've got a week before it's going to let me go live again. A week. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, I'm sorry, but again, can we just... I get that they've got terms of service and whatever, but they can just ban me from using the app, which is like my source of income. Like, not that TikTok ever pay me, but that's how I connect with my audience. Like, like... But you said Jeebus was gay. Yeah, tell me about it. It protects the conservative nature generally. One part, this is a fascism rhetoric. Yeah. And they really do. They are really fucking... It's abhorrent. Like, it really is abhorrent. That whole app is abhorrent, though. That whole app is abhorrent. I wasn't even live for an hour. I didn't even get to be live for an hour on there. You're not an employee. You're freelancing. But if I'm freelancing, then I should be able to, like... if I'm freelancing, then I should be allowed to, like, a freelancer has more, I mean, again, you can't really be freelancing when there's only, like, there's, like, 3 places you get to go. It's the same with everything, though, isn't it? It's the same with everything. We've got YouTube, we've got Twitch, we've got TikTok, we've got... Coles, we've got Woolies, we've got Aldi, we've got Everything is, and that's what what really pisses me off too when people go on about capitalism as well. Like, capitalism's great because of competition. Someone wins a competition eventually, right? And we're the losers every fucking time in that. We are the losers every fucking time. All right. Anyway, so we've been live for like half an hour. Not even a full, like, we've been live for half an hour and I'm already kicked off TikTok. I usually wait a solid hour before jumping into, like, whatever the main talking point is. But today I'm just going to do it now because, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Good segue into the control of flow of information within fascism. Hey, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Uber employment argument. Yeah. They actually make money from my lives. They do. They make more money from my lives than I do. And they kick me off all the fucking... I mean, I don't even make any fucking money from my lives unless I can get people over here. Was typing fascism. Yep. Brain. Yep. Yeah. You are on a roll today. With the tax forms Twitch had you do, does that make you an employee? No. No, I don't. I don't get a wage as such from TikTok. No, I'm not an employee. I am a freelancer but yeah. Emma's in my brain today. Yes, just owning it constantly. They've now done it 15 times. I have a tea now. Excellent. Oh, I need a tea. We're very grateful you're here for the flavor and vibes. I am also kind of, I'm not going to lie, I'm just going to pull my phone up. See, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't move at all. It's so annoying. It's the camera holder. Jazzy did redeem a hydrate. I should tea. It's still hot, so fair. And a stretch. Yes, I shall. I shall pick up to Officeworks. No. No, I have not made it down to Officeworks yet. I had very unwell children. I had some very unwell children. I'm going to be really pissed if they don't, like... Why did I get 2 restrictions on that? Oh, it pisses me off. You should tell your children that they need to be unwell on better time frames, I think. Yeah. Kefir? Kefir? You mean the drink, kefir? Operation Mindfuck, Pino Clean basis. Ooh. Oh, a shawl. Right. Sorry, I thought you were talking about kefir, the drink. That's kefir. Is that kefir? Kefir? Kefir. There's a drink called kefir. Right? Oh, lovely. That's not a drink, it's just toxic sludge. It's not. It's good for your gut. It's good for your gut. Yeah, it's a fermented drink like kombucha, kefir. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Appeal not approved. Appeal not approved. Appeal not approved. I cannot understand it. I was specifically removed for, like, if they said, okay, if they looked at the appeal and they went, okay, no, we're not going to ban you for that, but we're going to ban you for something else. That's why I updated my link tree. Yeah, I'm going to have to update mine as well. Like, this is such bullshit. Such bullshit. Why? I'm just really pissed off. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just really pissed off that I can report someone for being outwardly racist. And again, of course they fucking do. Every fucking time. It just really pisses me off. I just got... Makes me so angry. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I'm banned on the TikTok for gender-based violence. Pre-roll ads are disabled for 33 minutes. Oh, because we're in an ad. Ad in progress. Quick, get your coffees. Get your bonus content time. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the dark side, guys. This is where we actually have real fun. We don't have to worry about the clock app fucking just banning us every 5 minutes for bullshit. Honestly, gender-based violence, I'm not gonna... did you want to start your own political party? Yes. Yes, so... I am planning on running as an independent at the next state election. Or possibly for the Greens, despite my misgivings. Sorry, allergy. This is what I get for being sick and still refusing to give up smoking for a week. Yeah. So maybe that's a new way to report the shitty lives. Yeah, maybe. I thought it would make more sense to just report them for the thing they were actually doing, but you know. PSYOP thing is in media. Yeah. So yeah, those allergies are getting bad. I am thinking about doing it and running for the Greens only because I am not, I think, well enough to run a campaign for a political party yet. By the time the next federal election comes around, I will be. I want to get my name out there. I want to keep pressure on. I want to... But at the federal election, I want to run as an independent at the federal election. So at the state election, I don't think I'd run as an independent. I don't think I'd bother. But yeah, at the federal, certainly. And then... and then once I've run as an independent, the next federal election, the plan would be to have our own political party up and running by then. And I do just want to call it housing first, because it just frustrates me how many times we can have a conversation with, like, you can have a conversation with people out there about any issue, and the thing that kind of comes through again and again and again is just how central housing is to people's ability to do anything, have good mental health, keep down a job, go to school regularly, keep in touch, like keep their education going. You know, family domestic violence has been shown to, you know, financial stress has a massive impact on rates of family and domestic violence. All of these things, better support structures, like when you've got a home and you've got a community as well, you have better support structures around you for if emergencies happen, when things go wrong. There's just, in having a safe and secure and stable home, there is so much benefit that people do not understand, that people have forgotten because we've had to do without it for so long. And I was listening to someone the other day give a speech. I was listening to this professor the other day give a speech talking about why terrorism and why, like, these terror cells and these, you know, have been allowed to flourish, and, you know, the secrecy and the individualism and all the rest of it. And he just would not come around to the point of capitalism. Just could not seem to get there. It didn't matter how many times he kept talking about it, could not seem to get there. Because the one thing that kept coming up in all of his stories, he's talking about all the kids and all the aunties and it was the adults who were around. It was all of the adults who were around. And he was talking about the breakdown in our social fabric and how important that social fabric is. Like, so we talk about it all the time, you know, loiterers hanging around help prevent people from breaking into places. You know, the social fabric, the old men who hang around outside and play chess, they're actually doing a job of security, of community watch. Federal elections, you're limited to the ticket area group still, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, but you only look at it through one lens, T. Yeah. That's not particularly how federal... What are you talking about? No. So, okay. So, no. So, the reason, okay. Here's the thing. I know what I'm getting into with the Greens. So, here's the thing. All right. Here we go. So, in terms of running for office, everyone, like, you'd absolutely, and I do think we need to have people running in different states. So I would like to get everyone to run, basically. I want to get all of our voices to run eventually. That is, like, not, that, like, I know not everyone wants to be in office on the front page, and that's fine. But in some place, in some form, working out how unmystical this whole system is. Seek for yourself how basic and boring and how convoluted and how chaotic and how disorganized it all really is. Does wonders for the psyche when it comes to your self-confidence and your belief that you can do anything. Like, if those motherfuckers think that they can run a country, I know I can fucking run a country. Are you kidding me? I have seen them run a board meeting. I have seen those motherfuckers organise a board meeting. I absolutely know I could do a better job of running a country than they could. Like, you know, it gives you a lot of confidence that you know, it's great. Yeah, absolutely. You can have a different name. I'd like to see a multicultural women's only political party. Start one. Absolutely. Start one. If that is what you want, absolutely start one. And I am a big believer. This is one of the things that frustrates me about the Greens as well. Is okay, cool. Radio. Hey, twats over here. Yay! Hello. Woohoo. So, basically, you have to get enough members, enough supporters who would say that yes, that they would be a member of your party. So start by reaching out to people that you know, people in your community. Start talking to them. Start asking them if they would be willing to sign up to be a member of your political party. Like, let them know what your plan is. Have a look. And this is where I would kind of, depends how far into the process you are, because you sound like you've got a pretty good idea there. I don't know if you've already done some look into the way any of the parties operate, or but you can have a look on, say, like the Greens website and have a look at how they run things. They outline how they structure their organisation on there. Labor do the same thing. I know 4 people. Hey, there's 9 people. There's 10 people in the room with you right now. There's 10 people in the room with you right now that you're talking to. Join the Discord. Like, the link is on, someone can post the link actually in the chat for you. Join the Discord. We'll start a chat in there for cautiously's women-only multicultural political party, and see if people are interested in helping you get it started. Start talking to people. Yeah, women, but how many multicultural women in this room? There's me and Belle. There's Belle and I. I don't know how many lurkers there are. We do have quite a few, but there are women in the chat. There are women in the chat, in the Discord as well. There are lots of women in the Discord. And a lot of autistic people. Just a lot of autistic people in general. Just lots of those in general. But yeah, like, absolutely join the Discord and start talking to people about this sort of stuff. And this is so, because what I really would like is, I think governments operate best when you don't have one party in charge. Like, even the idea, like, our government wasn't set up to operate the way that it does. This has kind of happened through norms and conventions and, through time. We didn't have a prime minister to start off with. That wasn't a thing that existed before, like, Queen Victoria's day, having a prime minister. But the idea that you would have one political party being dominant is a very, like, white Western idea. Because most other cultures, even other white cultures like Scandinavian cultures, had tribalism and understood the idea of having diverse voices. And yes, there might have to be one decision that gets made, but that there needs to be like 20 different people in the room all having a voice. These political parties where you have to toe the party line, like, just, it just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But having a lot of smaller parties around, particularly on the left, that helps to show the variety of different viewpoints that exist, prevents us then from becoming like the Democrats. One big tent that everyone's trying to fit under, and becomes centrist just by means of the fact that it's trying to please everybody. You don't want that. You want but that's why you also don't want one party leading the house. You want a dominant party, sure, who is going to be able to take leadership, absolutely. But you want a lot of different parties all in there weighing in with their voices, because if we don't have diversity of opinion, that's when centrism wins. That's when fascism wins. When we all have to have homogenous opinions, homogeneity, like the death of... and this is what, like, capitalism wants us to be individuals, as in we all have to go it alone, but we all have to go it alone the same way. We're all very homogenous in our individuality, in our individualism in capitalism. Leftivism also almost wants the opposite. We want diversity of opinions, we want colour, we want range in a melting pot, in a collective of people who are coming together to create a better society. So we want your individual opinion added, your individual spice added to the stew, rather than, what fucking the right-wingers want, which is like 100 fucking cupcakes that all taste the same but have like a slightly, we all have to make our own cupcakes from the same cupcake packet with no flavour difference at all. How do we feel about NZ's proportional system? I prefer proportional electoral systems. I've got to admit. I really have to admit. I wouldn't want to be the face of it. It wouldn't be my place. If it wouldn't necessarily be your place, then it might be better to find women who are already doing something that, like, for example, there is an Indigenous party that is women run because that's the way we tend to do things in Indigenous culture. So you could look into joining them instead and giving them your support yeah. It's vanilla kick batter. Hey, be making their... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We all have to make our own individual vanilla pancake batter under capitalism. Whereas and this is what, like, the capitalists try to scare us all with homogeneity under socialism. But it's like, no, socialism wants you to bring your own spice to the stew pot. We're all making one big stew to take care of and feed everybody, but you've got to bring your bit to it, your bit of flavor, your bit of color, your bit of difference, because we all work together to get the best outcomes. That's how it works over our side of the pond anyway. You realize that most refugees are from Pakistan and Bangladesh, where there's never been war. Also, Nigeria. What are you talking about? There's never been any war in Pakistan. What are you talking... Like... Okay, so there's been some conflict happening on the border at the moment, actually. Also, I was going to say, again, Nigeria's not... also has war. I feel like these are also the same people who don't realize that, like, the Darfur genocide is being repeated again now today in Sudan. There's a genocide happening in Sudan right now. That is having like, it's 150,000 people are suspected to have died in Sudan under the current genocide that's happening there. I mean, not all people who are not men are women. Yeah, exactly. Just missing some history there. Own goal. Yeah, just missing some history. In London, most are from Pakistan disguising as refugees. They are refugees. It's like disguising yourself as a refugee is much harder than just being one. Like, you kind of have to just be one in order to disguise yourself as one, because otherwise you just don't need, like, you're not there in the same, like, if you're there in the pool of the refugees, it's because you're a refugee. There is no pretending to be a refugee. I don't think people understand. What a strange introduction to our group. Yeah. What a strange introduction to this little corner of the internet. Yes. Have a timeout. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Mr. Conflict with the Brisbane starters, then a civil war, then a famine. I was about to say that. I was like, you mean are we going to talk about what? About the invasion? Was that not a war? Is it because we're using a different name for it? I don't understand. Also, when I was talking about, so I think a lot of these people who are talking about this in particular are referencing the fact that I spoke about throughout our history in Australia, whenever we've had an influx of asylum seekers from a particular region, it has usually been, it has been directly following an altercation that we have been involved in that region. And all these people kept pointing out all these different places where there have been asylum seekers and refugees who've come from who haven't been involved in that region. I sort of tried to point out, hang on, stop. If someone is an asylum seeker from Pakistan but they've come from somewhere else first, they haven't come here as an asylum seeker. When we have an influx of people coming here as asylum seekers, since the 60s, it has always followed an incident where Australia has been directly involved in an armed conflict in their homeland. And this is well documented, well researched. I find it amazing sometimes when people say, like, show your sources, when I'm saying something that is so well known in the field that I operate in. It's not the kind of thing anyone would even ask me to cite. I have picked off all my nails while we've been on this live too, by the way. We've been here for an hour and my manicure is non-existent. Do you remember? I had completely red nails at the beginning of this live stream and they are all gone. How incredible is that? Yeah, good to know people are finding your Twitch from TikTok even without the live, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. This must be in reference to that TikTok that I made a little while ago. But yeah, I do find it interesting. I really do find it interesting for people who find it difficult to accept that we have a direct hand in these altercations that are happening here. For example, even with the genocide that is happening in Sudan right now, literally there is a coup belt that's sort of happening there that's been a direct result of the Cold War being waged between Russia and the US that we are directly involved in, we're their little bitch in. We're directly tied to. And people don't even know it's happening. People don't even know that conflict is happening. Yeah, let's not call a civil conflict a war or a police action or violence of any kind. No. Let's call a civil conflict a demonstration, shall we? A state demonstration of power. Not a great start to the nail art. No, not doing good over here. Good to know people are finding... Yeah. Yes. Soz guys about the rant. I know I like to go on my rants every now and then. Rambles, my good rambles. I know everyone loves a good ramble. But sometimes I'm so blown away by, like, again, things that you just think are so... Yeah. I learn a lot. Well, that's good. We love and support our distracted voters here. Excellent. As long as I'm teaching you all something, that's the main thing. But again, things that you just think are just so... are just given. They're just such a given. Everyone you interact with in this space, every educator, every academic, every policymaker, everyone in this space completely understands the direct link between Australia's involvement in armed conflict and the influx of asylum seekers and refugees showing up on our shores. Like, studies have been done on it. But then to come out in the general public where people will just call you a liar and you're like completely gobsmacked because you're like, oh, I mean, Google before you just start assuming you already have all of the information available to all of the world inside your noggin available to withdraw at any time. You know? I don't know. I will say I was getting a little bit annoyed the other day because I shouldn't say annoyed. I was talking to someone the other day about the fact that media, even including, like, you know, the news, ABC have done it, like a lot of different outlets have done it, Daily Mail, like different papers have done it, Adelaide Advertiser's done it, like at least a dozen different papers have used my content. But they won't contact me. They just take my content and use it. And I was sort of talking to a couple of people who have been reached out to by media in the past and just been like, why, how, like when they reach out to you, why is it? Like, what are they? And it's usually because they're like, oh, you know, you seem like someone who, you know, I just come off as far less reasonable. Like I'm going to be less willing to work with them. And so they don't reach out to me, apparently. Can we really make a difference from within politics, or is it better to be outside like purple pingers? Geordie's playing solely within the current system currently. Yeah, Geordie's playing within the current system currently. He is using the system against itself. This is, I think, what a lot of people don't understand as well is like when they were questioning him and going like, isn't it better to do this through policy? This is a policy. Adverse possession like this. And this is what I mean by when I say that they won't work with me. Because if that had been me on the project when she'd said, isn't it better to do this through policy? I would have turned around and said to her, this is a policy. Adverse possession is a legal policy that exists for a reason. Now, there are a lot of different ways that owners could prevent themselves from becoming, you know, affected by this. Did you want to discuss that maybe? You know, keep your home in good repair. Don't buy a home that you can't afford to maintain. Don't buy a home that you're not planning on renting out or using yourself. In fact, how about you just don't land bank? Don't buy up a whole lot of properties you can't afford to keep an eye on, maintain, do security for. Like, if you're going to buy a home, make sure that it's for you, that you're going to live in it, that you're going to maintain it, that you're going to be able to, and then none of this is going to affect you. You don't even have to fucking worry about it. Like that's the thing. That would have been my response. Adverse position? Adverse position? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the intimidation factor. They are afraid, yeah. It's the intimidation factor. I do think I am a little bit intimidating. And I do think that part of that is because I am a very quick thinker. I am a very, very quick thinker, and so I am able to sort of pull a lot of this shit just out of my head. I think I need to not be stoned when I do it, though. Because if I spend even a half a second trying to think of a word, Stephen Price will interrupt me to try and show how much bigger his brain is than mine, because otherwise his dick will shrivel up. If there's a woman out there who's got a higher functioning hippocampus than him, God almighty. Unintimidable. That is true. No, and I think the thing is too is we have to use both. We have to use both, and we have to do it cleverly. So one of the things that whenever we talk about public policy, now we're an hour in, so we will get into the video in a second. We'll get into our discussion of what a dare. But when we talk about public policy, we talk about the streams, the three streams of public policy. You've got the political will, the political stream. You've got the public stream, and then you've got the policy stream. So you've got politicians and what they're willing to do, the public and what they want, and then policy that fits the problem, okay? And when these three things meet, generally when pushed by someone, who acts as a what's the word? A champion of the policy, when they meet, that's when you get political change. So if we want real change, we have to attack it in all three domains, and we need to have a concerted effort to attack it in all three domains. This is one of the reasons why I find the Koreans so disappointing, because they look as though they're attacking it from the political domain, but they're just not. Because the political will right now, the political will for housing for all is the public will for housing for all is there right now. The policy exists. Nunga Maya have come up with policy on housing first principles that the policy already exists. There are champions out there championing this policy. We need people in politics who are willing to just say, fuck it, I don't give a shit how many people I piss off. I'm digging my heels in for this policy that's going to benefit the public. Yeah, I think we do need to hit it on that multi-pronged attack. But I'm not willing to say vote. Like, I want to say run. Like, if you want to see change, run. Don't vote. Voting is bullshit. Voting is nothing. Voting is like a sneeze. If you want to see change, run. That's my speech for the day. But can't give up housing or they'll break capitalism. Exactly. So that's what we need. We need people clueless. What? You are very unaware of grounded realities, especially if you want to be the lawyer. Also, just an FYI, Pakistan got its land just like Israel. Hey, Ben and Tao, are you a white nationalist or something? Like, are you a... Yeah, explain yourself real quick as to why you shouldn't be banned. No, you're sitting here saying that I'm a fraud when I've just explained, I don't know. I don't really think this person can have, I think they might even be a bot. Oh, already got banned. Ban hammers fast. Sorry, ignore it. Keep. Yeah. Oh. No, they can't give up housing as a topic. And I made this video as well the other day, and I was shocked, actually. So the video I posted yesterday only just went live today, and I didn't realize. So when I went on there and it only had 51 views or whatever, I was like, fuck, that video flopped hard. Like, harder than anything I've ever posted before, even back when I first started posting. But yeah, I was quite shocked, actually. I was like, shit. And then I realized, no, it just hadn't posted for some reason until this morning, which is annoying. But anyway, my ad's about to start. Yep. So we're doing a bone cone time. Nice little break. And then after the break, we'll get started on the video about fascism so that we can start looking out for shit to do, guys. We've got to start looking out. We've got to start working out what we're going to do about all this fascism. But yeah, absolutely. Run for office. That's what we're going to do. We're going to run. From now on, it's not enough to tell people to vote. You've got to tell people to run. Because who we're voting for all the same guys, and we're all in the pockets of all the same guys. So no more fucking vote. Now it's run. That's the new fucking mantra. Especially in our circles. Not like, don't tell the fascists to run. Yeah, exactly. The risk of homelessness, people don't even realize how important the threat of homelessness is to the functioning of our society. Like, it's not, people really think that, oh, if you don't show up to work, you're just lazy. No, we're gonna die if we don't show up to work. If we get rid of that threat, we ain't gonna show up. Your lungs sound like mine. I am a little bit sick. I'm a little bit sick. They're already running, or at least trying to. We can't talk while the ad's running. Has the ad started yet? I feel like the ad should have already started. Yeah, it's the same way the threat of unemployment works. It's the same threat over and over and over again. No, and not only that, okay. Allergies. I'm going to set up this video quickly, but after that, we're going to get back to this conversation once the ad's finished. Because I don't want the people who are waiting for the ad to miss out on this conversation. Because that just wouldn't be fair, would it? That just wouldn't be fair. Those allergies are getting really bad again. I know. Oh, the ad came and went. Oh, okay, cool. It says I've still got 8 seconds left, but that's all good. No worries. We'll get back to it then. Ow! Unhook my leg. Woo! There we go. Ad's over. Yeah, the fascists are already organising and running in government, and so we have to as well. Don't encourage any more fascists to, because they're already in government. Absolutely. Now, cautiously forethoughts, I do not necessarily. Now, whenever anyone brings up a UBI, I'm always like, yep, cool. Only because of the talking point of it, the political view of it. Because we're in this space right now where we can have a conversation, this is a safe space, like we designed it as such, I can have a chat with you about why I do not agree with the idea of a UBI. This is why I do not agree with the idea of a UBI. Any system that relies on any kind of accumulation of wealth, like any system that allows for the accumulation of wealth, allows for that system to be gamed in some way. So in order for us to remove like the lobbyists and like the money and the grime and all of that from the system, we need to start getting rid of money at all. So I would rather give everybody the things they need rather than giving them a UBI. Not because I don't trust people with their own money, but because I don't trust money. I would rather have it be like everyone gets a house, everyone gets the basics they need to survive, guaranteed. I just copped an ad for smoking. No, that's just too ironic. Sorry. Yeah, universal basic services. Exactly. Everything provided. And I mean, you go to your local government grocery store and you fill up your trolley and you scan it as you leave so they can keep an account of the goods and stuff that are being used and who needs what. But yeah, like even that, even your food, like nothing, there is no need for, and you might want to start with people who live, you might go, okay, everyone who earns less than $90,000 a year gets a card that means that they don't pay for anything, Yeah, getting people to divest from currency as a system. Yeah, exactly. And so rather than introducing a new form of currency dependency like a UBI, I would rather go like introduce the means by which we no longer will need currency, Everyone gets a house. Oh, that fucks the banks up royally, doesn't it? Whoops. Oh, well. What a shame. Who would have thought that would have been a side effect? That's what makes me laugh too when these people get in my comments and they're like, you say this shit with no idea of how it's going to affect things more like broadly economically speaking. And I'm like, you mean all the banks are going to be fucked? Sorry I didn't think about that beforehand. Go do Econ 101, bro. Yeah, exactly. We know how money is made. And I think that's the thing people misunderstand as well. So the government creates money by spending on government programs, okay? So if we want our government investing, it needs to spend money to do that. When banks create money, they do it for them. Like the money becomes real when it gets paid back to them. And the fact that the Reserve Bank of Australia gets to decide how much money the bank earns by upping the interest rate as a way of removing money from the economy when all it's doing is actually creating more money because the money becomes real when it gets repaid. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a very convoluted way of just making sure we keep the poor, basically. Basically. Oh, I paused the chat and I didn't even realize. Sorry. It's called a printer. Hang on. Yeah, everyone gets their needs met. Yep. Is it not good as a harm reduction thing for a progressive stage? Oh, yeah. You're here being like, I did Econ 430. Yeah. Whereas, Belle, I drank all my tea and it was still hot. 420. Yeah, I did Econ 420. But we need the banks. What will the capitalists do? Won't someone think of the poor capitalists? You had me there, Dominic. I'm not going to lie. In the first half, you had me there. Not going to lie. You're like, but we need the banks. I was like, hang on. And then I kept reading and I was like, okay. I'll undo that rant that was coming. Don't worry. Busy bee. Yeah, keep the poor. They want to keep some poor? Keep the poor. Absolutely. Yo. And I will say, give me the chambered rat. The banks are another tool of oppression. And the same way. Like, the most important thing in our entire system is that our banks make money. And that means, and it's about to start again. They've already started talking about it. They've already started preparing for it. People are going to start being kicked out of their homes. People are going to start losing their homes. Very, very soon. Very, very soon. Yeah, no, paw. And you know, it's so good for you. It's so, so good for you. Gives you a real good clean out, paw does. Gives you a real good clean out. Anyway, we do have to get this video on the roll, on the go, before everyone calls me a liar and decides I didn't mean it when I said when I low-key said that oof. What video? Whew. We had a video. Sorry, I'm burping up. I'm burping up what I was breathing in earlier. Give me a minute. So it was a little itty bitty video on fascism. I apologize to the chat. Oh, no, I can see it. I have things to do in 10 minutes. How dare you have things to do today? How dare you? That's okay. It is a very bland video on fascism. It'll probably be, you know, very basic for you guys. But as I said, like, you know, we've got to make sure that everybody is included. We want to make sure we keep some basic education. We've had some very highbrow conversations. Pass the hat. Oh, yes. Okay. So, this is for you, is it? Okay. Excellent. See, it's for somebody. Now, I'm getting a family assigned to me for the 24-hour live stream. Yay! I am so excited. Oh. It's easy, guys. If they look like a fascist and they talk like a fascist, they behave with fascist ideals, French solution the fuck out of them. Yeah, but once again, it is really difficult to tell who I forgot what I was saying. Yeah. By the time you can clearly tell they're a fascist, it's often too late. That's the problem. Yeah, you got to give him a good kicking. Absolutely. So, this is definitely about how... Play the video, yes. I'm trying to find the video. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay, why is my phone going nuts right now? Whose fault is that? Who's doing that to me? Emery, I'm trying to focus. Latest, here we go. So it's a video from Second Thought, who is the biggest leftist creator on YouTube. I say leftist. It's not me. Oh, wait, it is. But it's not. It is. But it's not. But it is. But it's not. But it is. So here we go. Second Thought is the biggest leftist creator, and I mean leftist as in openly politically leftist, not liberal, not like, you know, not as in terms of breadtube leftist. Obviously, you've got ContraPoints and the like. But, yeah, certainly, here we go, found it, share screen. in terms of someone who you'll have openly talking about imperialism, anti-imperialism, leftism. So that far to the left. Oh, great. Yep. Okay.
Second Thought is a 100% viewer-funded operation.
Are they calling for the communist ideas or not? It's not. What? Hang on. Your phone. Either your phone went ping or mine did. Mine keeps going. What? Play the video. Collect your thoughts. Hang on. My phone keeps going ping. Sorry, I'll turn that off. Oh wait, leftists. It's not for you is the important thing. Are they calling for the communist ideas or not? So sorry. I'm muting you. I'm muting you. Sorry. I'm muting meat. So my mouse has just died, so I've got to go get a cord for that. So I'm going to press play on this video so it can start playing for you while... I'm not talking to you. Get muted like the football. Yeah, I know you're not talking to me. It's just that my phone is going ping. So, you lovely people, I'm going to press play while I go and grab a cord to charge my mouse. And yes, as I said, this video isn't necessarily for us, for this audience, considering the very in-depth conversation we've already had this morning about capitalism and money and it being a tool of control. However, it is a very good video to have a look at to try and explain to people how fascism operates. You need to sort your windows out, Bart. I do. You can't see the window yet. Okay. Oh, sugar. It's been so long. Oh, no. And I didn't do it. I used to be able to do it with the keyboard, but I could only do that when I was on Windows, when I was at work. I've never done it on mine before. Can you see the window? They are big and I'm small. That's fine. As long as you can see the video to start off with while I go plug my mouse in. Lord. That's okay. As long as just for now, just for this little bit. Just because I love you guys and I want you to be entertained. Can see the video. Dominic's like, yeah. It'll work. Okay. I will be right back. Whoops.
If you'd like to help support the channel and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. So it was Easter recently. At time of writing, at least. These videos take a while to make. Cut me some slack. Anyway, what do you think of when you hear the word Easter? Springtime, Easter bunny, candy, resurrection of Jesus for our Christian comrades, and of course, these little guys. I have great memories of Easter egg hunts with my family, and now that I have a young daughter of my own, I'm excited to give her the same experience. So imagine my surprise when we go to the neighborhood playground on Easter, and there are a handful of adults trying to keep kids from picking up a bunch of eggs. Seems a little weird. So I asked one of them what was going on, and they said, better not to look inside. So naturally, I had to look inside. Here's what I found.
Yay, the video.
Even for someone who keeps tabs on these freaks for a living, this was a little shocking. We live in a quiet suburb. There's never any trouble. And yet here we were, standing somewhere designed for children to play, picking up Easter eggs with fascist rhetoric inside.
Oh, fucking horrific.
And if you think about it, this one little Easter egg is indicative of the whole
my camera is facing the wrong
Let's unpack
way.
What's going on here? I think we should start with a quick rundown of the Proud Boys and the other fascist groups in the US, because the state of official fascist organizations has changed over the last few years. The Proud Boys are an exclusively male hate group operating in the US and Canada.
Now, this is important to remember. I'm sorry, I don't know what your view is like at the moment at all. I will take care of it shortly. But this is important to remember. I know that it seems like giving these guys attention is counterproductive, But keeping an eye out for this kind of insignia and stuff, because oftentimes these will be used as dog whistles as well online. These will be put up places, people will put these on their cars, and they'll accuse people of, you know, being anti free speech because you're against it. But it's like, this is the sort of stuff that Nazis, like those symbols that we now associate with Nazism. This is how it started for them too. It started with being used as a symbol to signal to others your allegiances without having to come right out and say, you know, the untasteful parts. Exactly. It's knowing the enemy. Absolutely. And especially because more and more now, we're seeing them arguing and hiding behind the idea of free speech while persecuting us with the idea of indoctrinating children, or, you know, it's almost, you know, they get free speech, but our speech is being silenced because it's very, like, the hypocrisy in it, the double-sidedness of it they're getting just more and more blatant and overt with it, obviously. But yeah, it's still absolutely important to know the enemy and know their tactics. And hopefully I'll be able to fix this very, very soon. If you undog their whistle and make it just a whistle, it's helpful for creating safety. Absolutely. And this is a problem I often have in spaces that are managed by white people online, because they're not often quick to pick up the dog whistles. Again, like I said in that live the other day, I reported that for hate speech, for racism, and was told no, because they didn't recognize him using the word primitive as being a racist dog whistle. Like, oh! God! Apparently it's EDS Awareness Month. That's fun. Plus you get a free whistle. Oh. I was going to say, is that triggering though? I feel like that would be really triggering. I feel like that's one of those things you, like, I don't know. Does the free whistle allow you to break into the phone system with its 440 hertz? All right. So this is the part where we're paying attention to the symbolism in the photos in particular, guys. Right? Because those are the things
their
that...
deeply funny "no girls allowed" rule, these losers are big proponents of the white genocide myth. The idea that white people, a designation...
I just love how he just no shit's given, calls them losers straight out and out, you know? You know what I mean? Like, he just straight out now goes, these losers. Like, it's like, yes. Yeah, is it upsetting having, like, is it one of those things where, I don't know. Oh, also, that's fully what I was doing, being like, explain your dog whistling here about why I don't ban you real quick. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. And that's a really, really good tactic. Really, really good tactic for people when they are, when they're being racist, is to ask them to explain it. To ask them to just say, what does that mean? I'm sorry, I don't understand. What does that mean? You know? Again, I'm really sorry about the camera. I keep looking at it being like, I hope you can at least see something. I don't know.
Fluctuate whenever convenient, are being...
I hate the left and racism. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Is it triggering as in seeing it? Like, because oftentimes, even with Autism Awareness Month, it's often perpetuated as being this thing. It's like, you know, together we can create a cure, or together we, you know, it's like, it's about you can help, like, rather than just being like, I don't know, hey guys, I feel like a lot of the media around it is often quite triggering at times like this, where it's like I feel infantilized by a lot of the autism awareness stuff. Yeah, can you elaborate is the question. That's the only thing I have to say to the trolls. Absolutely. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, give me attention and money and treats. Yeah, fair enough. Understood. Mission understood. Absolutely. All right, continuing on. These are the Proud Boys still. I just couldn't get over that shirt. I hate the left and racism. Right, okay.
Replaced by encroaching hordes of nebulously ethnic babies. The group has been described as an alt-right fight club, conservative extremists, alt-light, overtly Islamophobic and misogynistic, and all too willing to embrace racists, anti-Semites, and bigots of all kinds. They've engaged in political violence, attended the January 6th insurrection, and have been banned from pretty much every social media platform. Officially, the Canadian arm of the organization shut down after being rightly labeled a terrorist group. The Proud Boys were established in 2016, spearheaded by Gavin McInnes, one of the co-founders.
Are you sure they meant and? Maybe it was a list and they had the letter N. Yeah. But that would still mean that they hate leftists and racism. So racism would still be on the list. I almost feel like it would be I hate the left, not racism. Maybe the O and the T had been knocked off. Rather than the A and the D. It was the O and the T that had been taken off by accident. And he was like, I hate the left, not racism. Like, you know that scene from Community where Britta goes, I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty. And Shirley's just there like, you can excuse racism. Oh, look, it's the Vice founder, Gavin McInnes. Yeah, who couldn't tell that Vice was a misogynistic border claptrap from its earliest times? Oh, you can excuse racism. I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty. It's when Chevy Chase's dad walks in wearing the ivory wig, the solid ivory wig. Sorry, I'm losing it laughing. That's what these boys remind me of. Look, his mustache looks like Chevy Chase's dad in that scene where he's walking with the ivory wig. Ah! Sorry. I hate the left's racism. Mine's okay though. They're clearly not the brightest bunch. Yeah. I'm listening but not watching for a tad. Yell if you need a mod. No worries, all good. Yeah, the gay episode with the gay bash. Yeah. Yeah. My favourite thing though is just Britta's face when she looks at Shirley when Shirley's like, you can excuse racism. And she's like, that's right, I forgot. I white girled too hard then. Oh, okay. I'm going to see if my mouse is... I'm going to press play and then see if my mouse is working.
Founders of Vice. Over the next few years, they went through a handful of leaders. The most recent being this guy, Enrique Tarrio, who in 2023 was sentenced to 22 years in prison for his role in the insurrection. Tarrio is a Miami Cuban, which tells you pretty much all you need to know as far as his politics goes. But it came out during his trial that he was also an informant for the feds, which led to a schism in the Proud Boys, who just couldn't believe that one of their own would work for the evil government. Gotta love how naive these people are. When the judge delivered the sentence, Tarrio begged the court, please show me mercy. I ask that you not take my 40s from me. That's how quickly the tough guy act crumbles. As of right now, the Proud Boys seem to be in disarray. They get kicked from every platform they try to organize on, a bunch of their members got locked up after January 6th, and they seem more than a little spooked that they got infiltrated by the feds. A handful of state branches have said they won't acknowledge any national leadership, and they're just kind of doing their own thing. So with any luck, the organization will die out. That doesn't mean their remaining members aren't dangerous, though, so keep that in mind. Besides the Proud Boys, we've got the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, Patriot Front, and Patriot Prayer. The 3%ers are the oldest group on the list. The organization was founded in 2008. If you live in Texas like I do, you've probably seen 3%er bumper stickers. The name comes from the assumption that 3% of a given country's population is enough to...
Again, the symbolism is important to make note of because that's the thing that will kind of carry across. You know, the language might change, the rhetoric might change, especially with different cultural norms, but the symbolism often will remain. So that's the thing to gay episode, sorry. I just keep seeing that in meanwhile.
The group was officially dissolved in 2021 after January 6th, and you'll start to notice a trend there. A bunch of its members were thrown in
Racist
jail.
Australians
and once
love
again,
American
Canada
racist
labeled them
logos.
a
Yeah,
terrorist group.
absolutely.
Like the Proud Boys, local branches of the Three Percenters still remain active. The Oath Keepers are the next oldest, founded just 1 year after the Three Percenters.
And did everyone notice that thing that they were doing with their hands? Where was it? Hang on.
Its members were thrown in jail, and once again,
I
Canada
look like
labeled
I don't
them
have
a
any
terrorist group.
fingers. I'm trying
Like
to.
the Proud Boys,
See that thing they're all doing with their hands with the three? That there? How many times have you seen groups of young teenage boys doing that, thinking that they're being funny? Like, these are the things as well that you'll point out to people and they will accuse you of like, you know, being, what's it called? Like, looking for conspiracy. Oh, you're looking at conspiracy theories everywhere. Oh my goodness. Like, not everything's a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. There's just a whole bunch of guys holding up their hands a certain way in a photo to indicate their love of racism. It's all good and normal. It's fine. That's totally
The Oath
fine.
Keepers are the next oldest, founded just 1 year after the Three Percenters. This is another anti-government but pro-constitution group. And
They like
tellingly,
yellow.
its membership is 2/3.
I feel like, is that why our racist chose yellow for his political colour? I mean, the other racist chose orange, which is kind of close. But is there like some kind of racist connotations with these colours? Because so far, it's like 3 of the groups have used yellow quite heavily. And I'm thinking of one of our racist political parties that uses yellow as well. Who chose yellow? What's his face? The one that everyone gets their start in before running off and doing their own thing. Craig Kelly's now the head of it. Sorry, my face is so itchy. I can't think. You know, Craig Kelly party. Anyway, maybe there's something in that.
Former military and police, and 10% active duty. Best guess.
This could be what they're talking about when they're like, you sound like a conspiracy theorist, because the thing is, they're all holding their hand a certain way, and you're like, yeah, that means something. But does the color yellow mean something? I don't know. It could just be something that's repeating a lot. It might not actually mean anything. Ad break. Oh. I'm not here. Fair enough.
Guesses as to their numbers.
Oh, I
hover
can't
around
press
5,000.
play. There's an ad break. I can't press play. There's an ad break. That's mean. Clive Palmer. That's the one I was trying to remember. Thank you. UAP. Chloe. Thank you. Oh, you've just come along to save the day. Thank you. Thank you. The United Australia Party. That's what I was trying to remember. So good. When we come back from ads, I can tell everybody that Chloe and Emery reminded me who the party was. All right. See, I'm treating it like a proper ad break. I don't think I'm supposed to, but I am anyway. I don't think that's how Bezos intended it. But that's how we be using it. All good. Alrighty, welcome back from our lovely little ad break. So before the ads, we're talking about the colour yellow and whether or not that had anything to do with racism or whether I was reading into it. During the ad break, a couple of followers have reminded me, just lurking as I'm working. No, fair enough. No, we love you, Chloe. And we love all of our lurkers, don't we? We love all of our lurkers. Thank you, lurkers. Where's our little symbol for our lurkers? Here we go. Lurkers. Is there not one for the lurkers? Or have I got it wrong? I've done it wrong. Someone who knows more than me will be able to fix it. There's a command for we appreciate and value all of our lurkers up in here. We definitely do. But yes, thank you, Chloe, for jumping in there and helping with that one. So Clive Palmer's United Australia Party, which he got Craig Palmer to take over at the last election for appearance's sake. They also use yellow and are known for their very racist rhetoric. So I was thinking there might be something to it, but this is also why people will often accuse us of being a little bit, you know, reading into things a little bit, because people hold their hands a funny way and it's a racist symbol. People use specific colours that are racist symbols. You can get very hard very quickly to figure out what's real and what's a pattern that sort of keeps emerging.
And tellingly, its membership is 2/3 former military and police.
Now, these are the ones who scare me, the Oath Keepers. Okay, guys? All right, we're just going to go back and start this again, because these are the ones who really fucking scare the shit out of me.
The Proud Boys, local branches of the 3%ers still remain active. The Oath Keepers are the next oldest, founded just 1 year after the 3%ers. This is another anti-government but pro-constitution group. And tellingly, its membership is 2/3 former military and police.
Yeah.
And 10% active duty. Best
10%? 10% of the members of this fascist hate group are in active duty in the military or police. 30% of their membership are ex. This is a group that is primarily made up of those who have served in the armed wing of the state. I believe they're referred to as a militia. I'm sure they'd like for us to refer to them as something other than a fascist hate group. Hello. Dad's come to check on the kids because they're not well today. Oh, they have to have their medicine, actually. Good point. Like, these guys genuinely terrify me. I'm not trying to be, what's the word? Ooh, alarmist. I'm not trying to be alarmist or anything. Yeah. But that's what I mean, is that 30% are ex-members, 10% are currently serving. We're talking about a massive chunk of their membership. 40% of their membership are either past or current serving, and we haven't even got to the worst part yet. The camera can't see the kitchen at all. You're safe to move around and do as you please. We haven't even got to the worst part yet, guys. You ready? Get ready for this bit.
Guesses as to their numbers hover around 5,000 people.
Hang on, wait.
But the org itself claims to have a membership of 38,000. These thugs are known for showing up at protests, political rallies, and whatever events they determine to be woke, armed with guns and with their faces covered. Once again, a number of their higher-ups are serving over a decade in prison for seditious conspiracy.
Hang on.
Though this group seems to have been more resilient than their cowardly counterparts, choosing not to shutter their operation. In fact, according to a data breach, as of 2021, 48 state and local officials and 10 sitting state lawmakers were listed among the group's members. This would suggest...
Did you get that? They have state, local government officials on the list, 10 sitting lawmakers, 2 former state representatives, 1 current state assembly candidate, state legislative aide, city council assistant, county commissioners in Indiana, Arizona, and North Carolina, 2 town aldermen, sheriffs or constables in Montana, Texas, and Kentucky. Like, like, can we just, like, yeah, when I say it's not enough to vote, we need to run, because what does it matter if your options are the fascist and the fascist light? Like, voting isn't enough, guys. We have to run. These guys, this is a fascist hate group, the Oath Keepers, whose members include, like, what do you call it? 47 more identified Clampett and 47 more state and local government officials on the list. Yes! And a tenth are active duty military or law enforcement, and they wonder why we hate police. Exactly! They are in a fascist hate group, and you want me to invite them in my house. What? If you're doing anything wrong, you've got nothing to worry about. Unless you're black. Unless you're Hispanic or Latina. Unless you're, 100 fucking million reasons because they're a member of a fucking hate group.
Just a different approach from the other fascist cells, choosing to pursue electoral infiltration as opposed to strictly acts of terror. The final two organizations significant enough to mention are Patriot Front and Patriot Prayer. They all love this patriot stuff, and we'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah, exactly. The fascists happy to let you know about their fascism, and the fascists who point at their rainbow flags while they're doing their fascism. Yeah. Don't forget the eugenics of it all too. Absolutely. Absolutely. Honestly, even if you're white, the odds aren't good. There was a white Australian woman who called the police when she was in the US and they killed her. Yep. Yep. And what I find really, really shocking is that when I say to people, people have all these arguments and stuff about it, and I just say, yeah, but I just really think the police shouldn't kill people. I just really think that the police shouldn't kill people. And people come up with all these different reasons and all these different things that they want to say about it. I'm like, okay, but I just really don't think that the police should kill people is it. That's it. I just don't think that the police should kill people. You know? She called them and was in her PJs. Yeah, and people act like it's, yeah. I mean, that was in the US, but yeah, and that's the problem too. In WA, we had 2 incidences of women who called the police because their partners were beating them, who both ended up dead at the hands of those police. They called to help them. So, yeah, have a look at how many people Queensland police. Yeah, WA police and Queensland police, again, you can tell how racist they are by the death toll, but WA is quite horrendous for it as well. Deaths in custody is because the thing is too is if that's what people don't understand as well about George Floyd is he was in custody. He was a death in custody. You know? It's ridiculous the deaths in custody that we have in this bloody anyway. Oh, what else? Alright. Now let's press play again, shall we? Are we all terrified of these guys? Strong families make strong nations. Ugh.
Patriot Prayer was founded in 2016 in the suburbs of Washington.
So these are
significant enough to mention.
So these are the other groups.
A different approach from the other fascist cells, choosing to pursue electoral infiltration as opposed to strictly acts of terror.
So that was oh my gosh. We're now moving on, is the point that I'm making. The sanism of the arguments behind the justification of all the cop killings of civilians here. Yes, I know. Absolutely. Being mad in public, death sentence if it's deemed too deviant. There was a boy who was being black and autistic as a death sentence in the US as well. Oh, genius. Yeah, any sort of behaviour that's considered outside the norm in public is a death sentence. But I just don't think the police should kill people. I just don't think that should be a radical idea. I don't think the police should be judge, jury, and executioner. We did away with that whole idea a long time ago, remember? When we see, okay, if you watch Andor and you see Andor being tried and you see the quick turnaround and whatever of the crime to trial to incarceration, and you go, that's not fair, that's not justice. That's what's happening to every single person who gets shot. It's deemed that they're guilty and that they deserve death without any sort of investigation even into it. It's more than a little bit upsetting, I'm not going to lie. Anyway, a lot of them join it because they like the idea of killing people. Yes. Yep. Yeah, and absolutely. And I absolutely. And the people often go on about how people have other issues other than, it's not they're unhoused because of other issues. And it's like, no. The unhousedness precedes the other issues in the majority of cases. The largest reason for people becoming unhoused in this country, and probably in the US, I would say as well, is domestic violence, family and domestic violence. It's the number one reason for people becoming unhoused in this country. It's the number one reason for anyone presenting to homelessness services in this country is family and domestic violence. Unfortunately, a lot of them join... Oh, yeah, sorry, I read that already. Okay, so let's just play and we'll learn about these other two hate groups. So the Oath Keepers. Sorry, that was their name. We finished talking about the Oath Keepers, which are the scary militant groups who also have lots of police in their ranks. We're now going to learn about the next group.
The final two organizations significant enough to mention are Patriot Front and Patriot Prayer. They all love this Patriot stuff, and we'll get to that in a bit. Patriot Prayer was founded in 2016 in the suburbs of Washington State. Suburbs, that's another thing we'll talk about. Their whole shtick is to harass liberal and left-wing groups in the Pacific Northwest and get in street fights with anti-fascists, which have often been filmed and uploaded to inspire other budding fascists to get involved more physically. According to an informant, there are only about 15 of these guys. They've just been really good at making a name for them.
Right, so they're a very, very small group, but they're just really good at stirring up. They're really fucking dedicated. So this is the problem. I don't think we have even... Like, you know what I mean? I don't think we could... I don't reckon in my town I could rally up 10 people on the left who were this dedicated to go out and stir up trouble. Because it just seems so fucking unnecessary. Like, I think this is our problem as well on the left. I've got to be honest with you. Oh. Sorry, I missed the chat then. Let me make it bigger because it's too small for me to see. No, I can't make it that... Like, oh gosh, just come over here. People, I think, do not understand the way that stress of that type paired with inability to get decent rest and sleep impacts a person's connection to the dominant reality. No, absolutely not. And yeah, and especially they've got nowhere to go, homelessness or a life of abuse, especially if you're... People also don't understand what stress does to the brain for a prolonged period of time. Like CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, is post-traumatic stress due to... The complex part of it is because you've been in an ongoing state of heightened stress for a prolonged period of time. It really does. It really does. Like, it fucks with you in a way you wouldn't believe. But your brain also, your mind doesn't have a way to process that until you get somewhere safe. So if you're then homeless, you've left a traumatic situation to then become homeless. You don't have a safe space to process all of that. So it just builds and builds and builds. And every person has a breaking point. Every person has a fucking breaking point, you know? Anyway. Purity culture around antipsychotic disorder, Satanism is, yeah, absolutely. And again, it's that other thing where people think, you know, I've made this point to people before as well, where they're like, what would it take for you to join a cult? And I'm like, it's not about what it would take. It's about when in your life are you susceptible to joining a cult? When in your life are you susceptible to having a mental episode? When in your life are you susceptible? Because everyone thinks, oh, but I don't have a history of that kind of disorder. I don't have, it's, the problem is that, and this is a problem that I often have as well, because I'm quite a rational person. I rationalize all of my feelings. I got to breaking point before even really feeling a whole lot of stress. I got to breaking point where I couldn't breathe and I had to leave work in the middle of the day and then go and check myself into the psych ward, when the day before that I'd been preparing to give a speech with no qualms and could have probably quite easily gone in and given that speech still in front of 500,000 people, no fucking problems, but could not stomach the thought of going into my office. Like, thought I was going to throw up. I'm sitting with my legs crossed while watching stream, and now I have a kneecat. Yup. So yeah, and the amount of people that I've spoken to as well who I'd be more than happy to run, who would run on a platform from all these different industries, who would run on a platform of Housing First because they understand how important housing is for mental health, for physical health, for education, for general well-being, like for dental fucking health, for like the strain on all these other systems because of lack of access to safe and secure housing. It's just ridiculous. You're like the Hulk. Yeah, I'm always in crisis. That's why I'm so good at navigating crisis. Yeah. Yeah, if you think you aren't susceptible to abusive relationships or joining a cult or something of that nature, you're already one step closer to being in one. Exactly. Exactly. And this is, again, why it's also really important to be aware of fascist rhetoric, because it's also very easy to fall into a fascist cult, like these kinds of cults as well. You know, also possible.
Themselves because typically fascists are cowards who will scatter when it looks like a fight is coming.
Fascists
Finally,
are cowards,
the youngest
true.
org on the list, Patriot Front. This is another small organization, but I bet you've heard more about them than some of the others. Where the rest play coy and beat around the bush, these guys are explicit in their fascism. They've even got the fascies as part of their logo. If I had to guess which group would end up being the most influential in the fascist movement, it would be Patriot Front.
Really? There you go. I missed that the last time I heard it. Wellness to alt-right pipeline is so easy to fall into. Absolutely. Did you see, you remember that guy who used to make the really funny videos? The wellness guy? He used to make the funny, like, tongue-in-cheek videos about wellness, and now he's like an alt-right dude. I need some snacks. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten. Nah. Oh, pass me a Pepsi, though. I need one of them. No idea who you mean, Soz. The Ranger guy. The Ranger guy. He was a vegan, and he used to like make the videos joking about, oh, I think I got ads. Pepsi Fairy. Yeah, I got a different Pepsi Fairy. All right. Let's press play. Let's play. Eco-fash. Very big eco-fash. So he's saying that Patriot Front are the ones to watch out for. There we go. So let's watch and see why, shall we?
For a bunch of reactionaries, they're pretty good at branding.
Okay.
Combining traditional Americana with fascist symbolism. In every successful past fascist movement, that's been a key element. It takes on the flavor of whatever culture it boils up in. You've probably heard the quote, when fascism comes to America, it'll be wrapped in the flag and carrying a cross.
Yes.
Case in point. Patriot Front is another group that punches above its weight in terms of membership. Best estimates put the number at just 200.
I know there is. So, okay. After this, during the ads, I'll explain, we'll have a chat about the Greens during the ads. The ad's coming up in 8 minutes, and we'll have, I just don't want to...
But they accounted for 82%
JPC
of all incidents in 2021 that involved the distribution of fascist, racist, or otherwise bigoted propaganda in the US.
It's JT.
If you zoom out a bit, this is all kind of interesting. You've got your fraternity, your militias, your street thugs, and your propagandists. That's a pretty well-developed fascist undercurrent, even if, for now, they seem to be licking their wounds. What happens when they start organizing across the different groups? Speculation aside, the important thing...
So, yeah. I do believe you. Everything that you say is absolutely, without a doubt, 100% true. I do worry a lot about this, I'm not going to lie.
To realize about American fascism is that it's not confined to this handful of explicitly fascist groups. It's become mainstream among the American right. Let me give you an example. Here's an ex-military business owner back during peak COVID.
But it's not going to be peaceful much longer, okay? And this isn't a threat. I'm not a criminal. I've never been a criminal. But I'm telling you, good citizens are going to turn into real concerned and revolutionary citizens real soon. And nobody else is going to say that. I'm probably the only person that has the balls to say what I'm saying right now. That we're building, we're organizing, and we'll work with law enforcement or without law enforcement. But you won't stop us when time comes because our families are starving. And if you don't hear the seriousness of my voice, I hope you open your ears and you absolutely listen to what I'm saying. Because this is a warning for what's coming.
Now, this is the reason why I wanted to talk about this today in particular. Because this is the problem that is happening to all of us, right? Like, we're all starving. We're having this issue. Like, it's getting to this point. It can go in one of two directions. It can go the fascist way, which they're organizing. They're building. Like, it's looking like it's going the fascist way, guys. Or it can go the leftist way, but we have to do the work to make it go that way. It's not going to just go that way by itself without, you know, a concerted effort on our part. And they are putting in the effort. They're putting in the effort to make it go their way. Wait, what? Quoted Emery. I know, I did lurkers earlier and it didn't work either. There it is. Lurkers didn't work earlier either, Emery. I tried to give a shout out to all of our lurkers. Oh, lurk. I put lurkers in and it didn't work. See? There you go, Chloe. Emery got it to work. Thank you for the lurk. We support our quiet voiders here. Yeah. There's Chloe. Pop it in. So yes, this is the thing. Like, they are getting organized, and I feel like we spend so much of our time trying to reason with them and explain to them why our way is better, but they're just angry and they're just reacting, you know?
It's not going to be peaceful much longer. It's not going to be rah-rah. It's not going to be speeches. It's not going to be gathering outside saying a Pledge of Allegiance. It's not going to be waving flags. It's going to be real. When you've seen the things that I've seen,
they're so much more willing to use violence than the left are as well. And you get all of the libs turning around and poo-pooing and talking down to the left about whenever we try and use violence. But the right are so ready to use violence at any given moment. At any given moment.
I went to war for this country. I've seen the ugliest, dirtiest part of humanity. I've been in combat, and I never want to go back again. But I'm telling you what, I will to save this country. If it has to be against our own citizens, it will happen. And there's a million people like me, and you won't stop us.
Sounds pretty bad, but this is exactly the type of person we saw at the Capitol riot. All the fascist groups were there. At least 700 members of their organizations got arrested. But they were a drop in the bucket compared to what most people would call average conservatives. Only around 13% of those charged in the Capitol riots were formal members of militant groups like the Proud.
Hi. Hi. Sorry. I was going to say, you know, when we think about the way when people call leftist tankies, it's like, no, I'm willing to use violence to... Now I forgot. I was on such a good roll too. It was like Lenin went in and tried to impose things. You know, it was a hostile takeover. You know, it was the taking over by hostile means. And invasion is what the tankies were doing. It was about invading with communism. And this is not, like, I wouldn't say that fascism was invading. I would say it was homegrown. This is homegrown fascism. If it's homegrown communism, it can't be tanky communism. Better. I'm now being one of those ones going, that's not even what the word means. I know. It's annoying. All right.
Proud Boys, the 3%ers, and the Oath Keepers. The remaining 87% were a mix of garden variety Trump supporters and conservatives LARPing as revolutionaries. The overwhelming majority of people who stormed the Capitol were just average Republicans. And you can tell. They didn't look like the typical far-right extremists. They were typically older, with around 2/3 being over 35. They were much less likely to be unemployed. A full 14% of the attendees charged were business owners, and 30%.
Exactly. People pushing non-violence as though violence isn't already here, as though it's not about responding. Like, and again, I'm not looking to conquer. Exactly. Like, if you're not looking to conquer, you're only looking to free. Like, I just want to, like, come on. Again, like I was saying to that dude the other night, I'm like, come on. Like, it shouldn't be this fucking hard, should it? We all know that. We all know that, which is why we're so fucking pissed off that it is this hard. And yeah, as if violence isn't defined by the dominant ruling class, and also as if violence wasn't also, the legitimate means of violence wasn't also held by that class, meaning that we are prohibited from violence by law, and they are allowed to use violence by law. Anyway, we've got an ad starting. So after the break, we will continue watching this video, and it's time for some bone cone. It's time for some bone cone. It's time. Should I mute my mic, or does everyone like listening to the bubbling? Yeah, that is the implication of what you were saying. Yes, I was finishing your thought for you. Yes. Bong ASMR is fine. I like the bubbles. Oh, I have to get down low beyond the camera. Bubbly, 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 bubbly ASMR. What was that guy on the chat over on TikTok earlier? Said she's intelligent, attractive, and can pull a cone. Like, this is where we should all be. I was like, you should be on my PR team, mate. I'll take it. Oh, you're a 10. Oh, I'm a 10. Thanks. Once again, I'll take it. Notifications. All right, the ad is on. It's time for the bone cone time. It's time for the bone cone time. Is the right time for explaining? Do we need a cold shower? Cold shower. Cold shower everywhere. We're talking about fascism. And also, I'm right now, I don't know if you can see, like you can, of course you can. I got face fungus. Like, we are not at a 10 right now. Look at this. It's only a little tiny bit of face fungus, but still, it's face fungus. I'm standing and about to spray paint in a confined area. That's not as much fun as what I'm doing, but enjoy nonetheless. Now I'm coughing. Allergies are bad, all right. To chicken crossing road jokes. Oh. I think that... I'm not going to lie. I've given myself a headache. I've given myself a headache from coughing. That'll help. That'll help a little bit. Ooh. To get to the other side. to get to the other side. And we're back. So, we were telling some chicken jokes, listening to some bubbly ASMR during the break, and now we're back with more fascism. Why should you be worried? I'm going to press play so I can cough.
Percent were white-collar workers. These aren't normal far-right extremist demographics. These are just Republican constituency demographics. That's why fascists target the suburbs, as we mentioned earlier. The aggrieved white middle class is ripe for radicalization. The average American conservative wants to overthrow the government to establish some weird anti-woke theocracy based on a mythologized version of the past. And don't take my word for it, they're literally advocating for it in their magnum opus, Project 2025, which we made a video about a while back. Okay, why is this happening? Conservatives have always been reactionary, but what's changed in the last decade or so? Well, there are a few factors. We'll start with a culture war issue, the white genocide myth. The Great Replacement theory is a classic among fascists. It asserts that there is a plot, which really means they think it's a Jewish thing, that the white race and white culture, whatever that means, are disappearing because of immigration from majority non-white countries. Fascists believe this will cause some general persecution of white people, because of course they can't imagine the world being run without one race subjugating another. This is the theory.
Sorry, for some reason my keyboard was not working then. It's just not, I don't know, nothing is working the way it's supposed to be. Ah!
That motivated.
Oh, there we go. We just did change the button. You should get in on Kimathon. I'm always messing this up, aren't I? Just completely, totally, all the bloody time. What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say then. Hang on a second. I worked out how to press play. Anyway, what were we talking about? I forgot what we were talking about. Anyway.
The Christchurch shooter Brenton Tarrant and the El Paso shooter Patrick Crusius, and it's both unfounded and blatantly fascist. You won't be surprised to learn that this theory has a historical trajectory that starts in World War II, runs through the European fascist movements, the American Nazi Party, and has now found a home among the majority of the Republican electorate. Here's a clip of Tucker Carlson endorsing the theory on Fox, calling it by name, and likening it to eugenics.
Joe Biden just said it, to change the racial mix of the country. That's the reason.
That's right, that's what we were talking about. I am so shocked. This whole Great Replacement theory, I am shocked by the amount of people that I have heard talk about this. Like, really? Like, these people, they don't care about the environment because it's not going to affect them in this day and age. They don't give a fuck about, like, they don't care, right, that the planet's going to be unlivable in 3 generations, but they do care that in 3 generations that population is going to be mostly black. Like, what, like, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Am I the only one? Yay, Belle is back. Belle is the best. We love Belle. I have to pull up the chat page so I can see it more clearly.
Political power of people whose ancestors lived here and dramatically increase the proportion of Americans newly arrived from the Third World.
Ugh.
And then Biden went further. He said that non-white DNA is the, quote, source of our strength. Imagine saying that.
Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at how much his face looks like he was dropped on his head as a baby. Now, I'm sorry, I don't really like mocking people's appearance all that much, but this concerned look he has by saying that, you know, it's our differences that give us strength, and having this face looking at you go, that's shocking. Imagine saying that. Like, you look like I can see why that thought is so badly formed in your brain, because it looks like your face was smudged when you landed on it as a kid. Do you know what I mean? It's a very punchable face, yeah. Diversity is a scam. I mean, he is genuinely concerned that in 3 generations, he's genuinely concerned that in 3 generations, whites won't be the majorities in 3 generations. He's deeply concerned about this, that blacks are going to outnumber whites. But this same guy will not give a shit that they won't have a breathable planet to live on. It matters more to these motherfuckers what colour they are than if they're drinking clean water. Seriously. I am Baby Pooh Brown in this Zoom chat. I do not appreciate it. It reminds me of that Zoom from that lawyer in lockdown when he was on Zoom and he looked like a cat. He had the cat filter on, they couldn't get it off. And he's going, I am present and I am not a cat. And he's trying to be serious when he's got a kitten filter on his face. So fucking cute. Yeah. And follow for more life tips. They can't breathe, eat properly, and have a terrible quality of life. But at least they're white. Exactly. Yeah, the water's shit, the food's worse, air quality is for naught. But thank God we stopped them from all being brown people. God. Sure, the racists have got the right end of the stick, haven't they? Worried about the right fucking things over there.
The language of eugenics. It's horrifying.
The white stream,
But there's a reason Biden said it. In political terms, this policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy.
Of course. But if Jesus is coming soon, then what does it matter what colour we are when he gets here? Like, what does it matter what colour we are when he gets here if he's going to come here and fix it all? Again, why are we worrying about any of that? Like, if you're not going to worry about any of it because of Jesus, then you can't worry about some of it because of Jesus, you know? Something, life short. Oh, it's white Jesus. The impossible, the very improbable, impossible actually white Jesus, the one that doesn't exist.
See Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries. They brag about it all the time, but if
Okay, Jesus was a brown man and not in the fake spray tan kind of way. Not in a Tucker Carlson fake spray tan kind of way. In the Middle Eastern kind of way. The way you're called primitive kind of way. Racist motherfuckers. If Jesus rocked up today, then like, fucking hell. And it was a pomegranate, not an apple. I don't even think it was a pomegranate. It just was fruit. I reckon it was a mango. I could imagine giving it all up for a mango. Pumpkins are fruit. But I can't imagine giving it all up for a pumpkin. I can't imagine giving any of it up for a pumpkin. I'm not giving anything up for a pumpkin. I say it's a pumpkin now because taking a bite out of one of those is funny. That is true. It's all metaphors for aliens. It is. It's all metaphors for aliens. But again, these motherfuckers are out here worrying about what colour the kids are who are going to be suffering in the post-apocalyptic wasteland are. And meanwhile telling us that what's the point about worrying about the post-apocalyptic wasteland? We're all going to be dead by then. Like, you know. Yeah, not that much pumpkin. That'd be too much pumpkin. That would be too much pumpkin.
if you dare to say it's happening, they will scream at you with maximum hysteria. And here you have Joe Biden confirming his motive on tape with a smile on his face.
This type of racist xenophobia isn't new.
Now, see, I think we've all got that perfect piece of fruit we can imagine fucking up humanity for. So we can all understand, but I do still feel like Eve didn't fuck up humanity. You know, even though I can understand doing it, I still don't feel like she did. You know that song, Woman's First Sin? She ate?
Every fascist project in history has
she
needed to
freaked
create
humanity.
chosen people and a barbaric enemy to justify their anti-human politics. Even a cursory glance at any history book will make it clear where this trend comes from. But why does it start in the first place? Human beings can be awful, distrustful people, but just randomly deciding to build an exterminatory worldview out of their bigotry doesn't make much sense. We need to dig a little deeper and look beyond the cultural rhetoric to really understand the appeal of fascism. Socialism and fascism are both on the rise, and it's pretty easy to see why. Beneath every movement is an economic catalyst. Fascism is seen as a solution to an economic problem, just as socialism is. But the difference is that fascism does not threaten the primacy of capital, or the comfortable position of the white liberal.
So, here's the thing. The difference between fascism and socialism in an economic sense as well is that socialism wants economic democracy. Socialism wants economic democracy. Communism wants economic democracy. Fascism wants capitalism to remain. So it doesn't matter what's better for people. What's better for the elites is fascism. And like you'll even have people like Kanye West is a really good one for this actually, because he just doesn't get that he's not supposed to say the quiet part out loud, because he came right out and said that he has empathy for the plight of the white man because they're in like this ultimate position of power, and they have no safe space anymore, and he feels sorry for them because he's going to be in that's where he's heading for, ultimate top peak position. And so he pities them because that's where he sees himself going. And it's like, all these small people are the same, not realizing it's not going to happen for any of them. You know? Yes. She is. She is a scapegoat for what the men fucked up. Definitely. Absolutely. Subjugation of women is like
a critical ally of fascist movements throughout history. Economic hardship creates conditions where bitterness, distrust, and desperation can thrive, making the masses an easy target for charismatic and bombastic fascists. Think back to that town hall video. What did the guy say was the spark for their aggression? Not being able to feed their families. And you know what? That's a perfectly valid reason to be upset.
Yeah.
The problem is the solution he and other fascists land on is to exterminate or deport anyone deemed to be detrimental to white people making money and keeping their privileged position. Or, in their eyes, prevent hardworking patriots from losing economic ground because their opportunities are being stolen by foreigners.
Whenever anyone in any conversation wants you to blame foreigners, it is specifically to remove focus from those who with the capital. Immigrants don't steal. Like, okay, the lazy immigrant who's stealing your job, the lazy immigrant come to steal your job. They cannot be both. You know, we can't give Kiwis the dole because they're all here to sit on the beach and do nothing. We also need to stop letting so many of them immigrate here for free, for nothing, because they keep coming here and stealing our jobs. Like, really? Really? How about we just give everybody everything that they need so that they don't even need fucking jobs, and then we can stop arguing about who's doing what labor. It's not fair. He's doing more labor than me. What? Really? That's what you're arguing over? I cannot imagine my children arguing over who was doing more chores. I really cannot. Abolish borders. Oh my gosh, yes. Stop protecting the lines on a map that don't mean anything. They largely do the jobs that white people don't want to do, 100%. 90% of all of our jobs are bullshit jobs. Even though we can literally live in New Zealand without a visa for the rest of our lives and work, yep. And go to uni. And after you've lived there for a certain number of years, you even get your first year of uni for free.
Base of fascism has always been...
You get cheaper uni over there as an Aussie than you do here as an Aussie. You get, as an Aussie going over there, you get citizens' rates, but as a Kiwi coming here, you don't. You have to pay international students' rates. If only the economy was better, hey? Oh, yeah, everyone does. Yeah, this is the problem as well. Is we're being told to blame the people who can't defend themselves the same way they did, like literally in post World War One, Weimar Germany, as a way to distract from what the real cause of their problems are and were. Especially because when you look at World War One and the fact that that was literally the Cousins War, it was an argument, it was basically a family argument that went too far that the rest of the world got dragged into. And particularly the communist movement didn't want to be involved in it at all and fought very hard not to be involved in it. It was because it was infiltrated by people who were on the payroll of the elites that had ended up backing the war in the first place. Anyway. God, I gotta keep ranting. Yeah, exactly. Mass disabled the Palestinians and then talk about how their acquired disability is too much burden for the intake countries for them to be refugees to. Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, don't forget that Pino Clean, don't forget that the reason they're able to brag about how targeted those bombs are thanks to the facility out in Pino Clean.
In the petite bourgeois, or as I like to call them, the roofing class, small business owners, the guys who have a handful of contractors and pay $1,200 a month on an F-150 Raptor that's never been used for any kind of manual labor. But I digress. I really try my best to understand fascist because it's an interesting phenomenon. Socialism offers, in my opinion, a common-sense solution to the ills of capitalism. Economic democracy. The people who...
Absolutely, fascism requires... hang on, I'm going to go back a little bit here. Because I think he made a point there that I make quite a lot.
$1,200 a month on an F-150 Raptor that's never been used for any kind of manual labor. But I digress. I really try my best to understand fascist because it's an interesting phenomenon. Socialism offers, in my opinion, a common-sense solution to the ills of capitalism. Economic democracy. The people who do the work have...
Economic democracy. Economic democracy. Yeah, does anybody else see how that camera keeps moving, or is that just me? Anyway. Absolutely. Absolutely. And also it's really important to remember that whenever we start referring, like, for example, the government is not there to talk about, whenever they start talking about taxpayers, pisses me the fuck off. The government are not there to service taxpayers. They're not there to take care of taxpayers. They're not there to think about the taxpayers and what the taxpayers want. They don't make their money, like, the government makes its own money, okay? The taxes are literally to help fund programs that have been set up by the government, but they can create their own fucking money. Taxes are a way of helping to control inflation, like, and economic growth, like all the other fucking tools and levers out there that they've got. Money's fake. The whole thing's a fucking game. But the reason that we talk about people in these terms is because we want to make it allowable that we don't need to service the people who fall outside of those categories. If you are not a taxpayer, the government doesn't need to think about you. And those are people who are living on pensions or who are, not able to earn an income for themselves, not able to work. This, I hate it. I hate in politics when we talk about taxpayers. It just, like, we have so many more people in our community than just the taxpayers. And every single one of those people are still contributing economically as well, just because they're not necessarily paying tax. Tax is only one way that we contribute economically to our community. And whenever we hear policy talking about and addressing taxpayers, it makes my skin crawl. Absolutely makes my skin crawl. Woohoo! Oh, thank you so much. Kakikeko81. Yes, free Palestine. Yes. Absolutely. Fuck fascism. Free Palestine. We're here for all of it. Fantastic to have you here. Make sure you do hit that follow button so that you can find your way back here to the discussion, because we definitely love the energy. Ableist, racist, xenophobic rhetoric, but also GST is tax. Exactly. This is what I mean when I say people contribute more than just by being, tax earners, because they're talking about income tax, right? Taxpayers as in income tax. That's the type of tax that they're referring to. But yeah, goods and services tax. Like I have, when I go to the doctor, my co-payment, that is a tax. Like, I mean, that gets taxed. And the other thing is too, is every single fucking thing we do is taxed. Honestly, every single fucking thing we do is taxed. The idea that we even need money, that it's not just random dollars on a screen that is just keeping track of IOUs written on paper, it's just a joke. It really is a joke. Yeah, talk about the $50 billion NDIS budget, sure, but then also talk about the $150 billion injection into the economy that $50 billion budget is creating. Yeah, absolutely. And let's not just talk about the $50 billion NDIS budget. Let's talk about the $300 billion injection that we're giving to the US just so they don't do another coup on us. Like, let's be honest, because we know that does everyone know that the Gillard Rudd spill was largely a result of mining companies being really unhappy with Rudd in particular, and doing having a little bit of a mini interference in the Labor Party there. There was a little bit of a mini interference going on there. One of the reasons it gets talked about a lot less often. But people talk about these investments in our economy, like how we spend $50 billion on NDIS. We are sending 3 times that overseas to another country's economy just because they asked for it. It's not doing any benefit for us whatsoever. And people act like we've got to cut our purse strings back home because we've got to send all of this money. It's like we're the fucking ants in A Bug's Life. They come, they eat, they leave. They come, they eat, they leave. We get all of this food together for the grasshoppers, and we go, sorry, we don't have any money for the NDIS. We've got to give it all to the grasshoppers. Need to refresh the ankle sun overlay. Oh, okay. Yeah, NDIS kicking everyone down the street like the football. Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. Okay, what is going on? So, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, do all those things I'm supposed to ask you to do. If you would like to join the Discord, then the link, follow my Ko-fi for the link. If you join the Ko-fi, the first... you join the community builders. You can join the community builders, and that will automatically link you up to the Discord to join the Discord and find out what is happening. And I just changed the layout. Why not? Why the heck not? I think I was looking and I saw that I don't actually have the Minotaur on this page, and I don't know why. So I jumped down to this page to get him. Here we go. Here we go. Paste. And refresh. Here we go. Also, refugees. Hang on. Let's go back to the chat that I can actually see, because now that I have done all of that. Wah! Now I'm going to go back to the chat. You can see it's an indication of Labor's fascist trajectory. They're curating the scapegoat for the inevitable economic collapse coming, and they pick the disabled and also refugees. Yeah. And it is disgraceful. It is absolutely disgraceful to see that same rhetoric being used again and again. And once again, it is this same fascist rhetoric that we are seeing being used. 100%, definitely. Do all the things I'm supposed to ask you to do, guys. Like, share, subscribe. We've got another ad break coming up in a couple of minutes, so we'll have a little bone cone time, bit of bonus content. And then we will finish watching the rest of this lovely video that we have from JT over on JT Chapman. Second Thought over on YouTube. Is the US headed toward fascism? And we've already concluded that they have already been there for a very long time. But yeah, like, share, subscribe, all the things I'm supposed to ask you to do. And join the Discord. Follow, click the Ko-fi, go to the Ko-fi, join the Discord, all those things, all those good things. Nothing like othering folk to create some fascist rhetoric. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, the disabled refugees here to steal our nice, overly generous NDIS program funding. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, this scarcity mindset, which is such a core part of capitalism, that just does not need to be there. It just does not need to be there. And again, people go on and on about it. It's just like, okay, well, you know, once again, we don't need $50 billion. We could just give everybody everything that they need and forget that money is even a thing. Let's stop tracking it in terms of money and just start talking, like, each according to their ability, each according to their need. Once again, everyone bring your own spices to the stew pot. So many different disabilities as well are just created from a lack of community, a lack of, it's not even a lack of community, it's a lack of capitalism being able to capitalize on certain community, and therefore that community no longer exists. Like the removal of third spaces is because capitalism isn't able to capitalize upon those third spaces. You know, and so unless there is a way for capitalism to be able to capitalize on a community in some way, it will not encourage that community's subsistence. Like, capitalism is profiting off of this community existing right now. It's the only reason that we're able to exist, and we take advantage of that because we've worked out ways of being able to exist in this system. But you know, it is a really sad sign of just how in control of our lives the economic structures are, especially when you consider that we do not have we do not have a democratic economic system. We live in an economic authoritarianism. We live under economic authoritarianism. So when we fully understand just how much control it has over our lives, we start to realize that, you know, anyway, sorry. Are we an ad yet? Are we ready for a break? Is everyone ready for me to stop talking about this? Oh, there is an ad in progress. Oh yeah, the amount of traumatic amputation going on. Yeah, absolutely. Ad break. Yep. During Hawk. Yep. I'm not ready for you to stop though. I think I need to for the sake of my sanity. I honestly, sometimes with this shit, I gotta tell ya. Sometimes with this shit, guys, I can't with, I can't with the whole, I really need to fix this camera again. Regarding this and my OCD, I had some shit going on last week. Oh, this and your OCD? Is this my lack of organisation? The ad's nearly over and I haven't even done my bone cone time. They're coming back. They're coming back. Are they back? They're back. No, they're back. Hi. It's fine. It didn't happen. It's fine. I need to pay more attention to when the ad breaks start so I can make sure. Like, I think I've got it in my head, but then I'm like, nope, not so much. Not so much. Not so much. Not so much. All right, we're gonna put that aside for a second. All right. I need no ad to go. No, it's true, I don't. But that's kind of what it's for. It's our bonus content time. The bone coin, the bonus cone time. But yeah, I probably will not wait for the next ad break. I will probably do that during my next session of playing the video here. Yeah, the types of witnessing of the horror of it all was fucking with my OCD in fucking ways. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've been feeling a little bit overwhelmed with all of it. But 24-hour live stream to help raise money, guys. Don't forget, on the 15th of June, put it in your calendars. 24-hour live stream to raise money for families trying to flee from Gaza. I have been assigned a family now, so I'm going to start having them down underneath me on all my lives so that you guys can go, and anyone who wants to, who pops in, can go donate money. I'll be talking about them every single day when I live stream. I'm going to be trying to get them on here talking about their story a little bit and things as well. Just really trying to do what we can, as little as we can, whatever little we can do for these families who are struggling at the moment. So, yeah, not going to elaborate much more because it saves thing off the same issue. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, let's talk about productivity because I can feel my own feelings of lack of control of, especially when it's something you could see coming from a mile off. It always just feels so frustrating to feel like you're never in the right place at the right time, you know? Anyway, I haven't got their link and stuff to their GoFundMe yet. I've just been told like they get given my information in that first. Yeah. But as soon as I do, I will send it through to you ASAP so we can get that all going and looking schmick. Very excited. But yeah, 15th of June, 24-hour live stream to try and get our family out of Gaza if we can. So thank you very, very, very much for everybody who is helping put this together. We're going to have games. We're going to have excitement. We're going to have other things, excitement and games and other things, and games and excitement. Just to lob it in the chat on a set frequency. Yeah, absolutely. Just like every I don't know what, like every 20 minutes, every 40 minutes, every half hour. I don't know what's a good interval to be like, don't forget, guys. Anybody who's just stopping by, we got a family, we got to get out of Gaza. There will. Did you know what, Tim? There will in fact be games. I don't know if I mentioned this. There'll be games, and there'll be chats, and there'll be other things. I don't yet know. I think I will also. I might do some gaming. I might see if I could hook it up and do some gaming. Who wants to watch me play? What should I play? I usually just play Assassin's Creed, but if anyone's got any suggestions as well for the 24-hour live stream for Palestine, pop them in the Discord. Pop them in the Discord. I've created an event already for it. So if you go on to the event for the 15th of June, on there you can pop in any comments, anything you want to say, any suggestions, anything like that on the Discord. So jump on the Discord. Be back here, 15th of June, 24-hour live stream. Yay! I can feel your excitement from New South Wales. Yeah! What do you play games on? PlayStation. PlayStation. I know. PlayStation. Zelda. Always Zelda. Oh, I also do have a Switch. I do also have a Switch, which is going to be much easier, I will say. That'll be much easier to hook in with the computer, the Switch, which I have Zelda Breath of the Wild. Is it Breath of the Wild? Yeah. I can play, let's play Zelda on Twitch during the 24-hour live stream. Someone remind me that I've said that now because I'll forget. because I'm about to press Zelda stream. Yes. And we're going to do up like a calendar of a timeline of events as well. And I'm going to invite people to come on with us. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. I have 100%ed 5 times. It's a bit of a problem. Oh, Breath of the Wild and then Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's Breath of the Wild that I mean. Yeah. I think I've got Breath of the Wild. So yeah. So we'll play Zelda Breath of the Wild. I have barely started it. Like, I have not played it at all, ever. So it'll be like you guys can get really annoyed and frustrated at me because it'll be the most shit run through you've ever seen. We're going to play some games. I'm going to have a bit of a different layout. We're going to have other, like, people coming on. We're going to have some high-profile Aussie TikTokers on here doing some games, playing Ozpol games. We're going to play D&D. I'm running up a dungeon. I'm running up a scenario. I'm running up a scenario that's very, like, political, leftist, political. If you want to play D&D, if you would like to be in the thing for D&D, I will set up a. Will I or will someone else? Will someone do it before I even think of it? Someone else will probably do it before I even think of it. We'll set up a channel, a D&D channel, where we can discuss the game in there. But I've written a little bit of a leftist scenario, and I'm very excited. Anyway. So I've got to kind of intervene and, like, you know, anyway, it's all good, whatever. Link's Awakening Switch remake. Okay, so keen. Excellent. I'm so excited that everyone else is excited. Yay! This is going to be so good. So yeah, so we'll have lots of different games. We'll have a variety of different stuff going on. And we're going to raise some money for this wonderful family. So D&D tickles my social anxiety in all the wrong places. So I'll just be a voyeur. And that is completely fine as well. We want this to be entertaining for people watching as well. So I'm getting very creative with my writing, I must say. I feel very, like, I'm getting right into it. I feel like, you know, anyway. Yeah, do you do. So we'll probably only have, I don't know, how many people should we have playing? Because we're obviously only going to play quite a short kind of game. Not like a short game by any means. Like, obviously we can play again later on. But we probably don't want to, you know, the first act is going to be quite a lot going on for the sake of the stream. So I think maybe 5 characters might be enough. 5 characters might be enough. So yeah, so what if we say like 5 characters tops? So we'll say, if you want to be involved, let us know. We're going to top it out at 5 characters, and we'll just do first in, best dressed. We've already got 3, I think, of the characters, or 2 of the characters already. So we're already looking for a couple of others. Yeah, everyone in chat is now compelled to join. Yes, and we're going to get these families out of Gaza. That's what we're going to do. Woohoo! All right. Like, follow, share, subscribe to all the things I'm supposed to ask you to do to help this thing go even more viral. And let's, I've played about 15 years. Perfect. Who's playing? Sign up in the Discord. Tell me about the table. We need to talk about this right now. No, we're in the middle of something else. We will talk about it in a minute. We're not getting sidetracked. No, am I getting sidetracked? I refuse to get sidetracked. Yes. Tell me immediately. All right, we're pressing play so that we can watch the next part of this video.
A say in how the work is done, and profits can't be siphoned off by unelected corporate tyrants.
Yes.
Fascism, on the other hand, has to create this elaborate fantasy to justify why one particular group of people is destined to inherit the earth.
Like the
Conveniently,
football.
it's the people in your country and the group you happen to fall into. It's the same gripe I have with Calvinists. They believe that all humans are predestined to go to either heaven or hell, and nothing we do can influence that destiny. I've never met a Calvinist who believes they're going to hell. If I try really hard to check my basic human decency at the door, I can see why fascist mythology could be appealing. It lets you off the hook. It justifies the worst cruelties because you are defending what is good and righteous from human animals who want to tear down a beautiful civilization. The problem is, the civilization fascists claim to be defending...
Israel is about to... What? Holy shit. Holy shit. Where's that link?
Israel's military has started moving Palestinian civilians out of Rafah in southern Gaza ahead of an expected ground invasion there. For more, let's bring in our global affairs editor, John Lyons. Hey there, John. So what do we know?
Well, Roz, it looks like this is the beginning of the ground invasion that the world has been talking about. The Israeli army is saying that they are now moving civilians from the eastern part of Rafah to a new humanitarian area near around Al-Mawasi, and they're saying that they are making phone calls, they're conveying it through flyers, SMS messages, phone calls, media broadcasts in Arabic. They're warning Palestinians to leave Rafah, and of course Palestinians in Gaza have moved from the north and the centre of Gaza down into Rafah to get away from the fighting. This was always the big sort of final end game in terms of Israel, they are saying that there are battalions still of Hamas still left inside Rafah, but even the United States, Antony Blinken and President Biden have warned that going into Rafah could be a humanitarian catastrophe. President Biden insisted that the Israelis shouldn't do it unless they had a clear, credible plan to move Palestinians.
President Biden said they should do it unless... Fuck off, Biden.
And it seems to me this is a response. Overnight, the Hamas fired rockets at near the Kerem Shalom crossing between Israel and Gaza, and they killed 3 Israeli soldiers, which is rare. Most days, Israeli soldiers aren't killed. Killing 3 was obviously a blow to Israel and indicated that Hamas still has firepower. And I think that has triggered, in my assessment, that's triggered Israel to decide to do this. Now, Washington will be extremely nervous about this. This could end up being with 1.6 million or so, 1.6 million people crowded into that area. We know Gaza is half the size of Canberra, so if you then herd 1.6 million people into a tiny part of Canberra, and then you begin a ground invasion into there, you can see the dangers involved.
Where are these people going to go?
Well, Israel is talking about this new humanitarian area. I think by that they mean down near the beach. They're moving them from eastern Rafah. I think they want them to go down towards the beach where we've seen a lot of tents and a lot of...
I think. Yeah, this is on the genocidal regimes. This is on the United States. This is on the United States of America. This is on...
sort of pop-up accommodation. That seems to be what the Israelis are talking about. They're not going into too much detail, but it's a real challenge for them to move these people out of there. They've already been bombing Rafah in the last few days anyway, but this indicates that it's about...
time. It's 4:20 time for me. I just, we knew this was coming. We knew this was coming, guys. We did. It's... yeah. It's distressing. Because every time. Like, this is out and out. Like, moving people from their land is out and out recognised as a form of genocide. But, like, once again, this is not going to be treated like that. Like, it doesn't matter what they do. The US aren't going to admit that what Israel is doing is conducting a genocide. Yeah, 420. Yeah. It is, but I do think it's important that we keep letting them know that we're thinking of them and that we're. And you know, the thing is too is once they're moved into that camp, they're going to need money. They're gonna need our money even more to help them get out of there, because they're not like they're gonna be trapped then. They're gonna be like absolutely trapped unless they can get someone from the outside to help them and get them out. So we've got to pay attention, and we've got to keep talking about it, and we've got to keep trying to help them. And so the 15th, guys, the 15th is going to be bigger than ever. It's going to be bigger than ever. I'm going to fucking talk to sponsors. Maybe I can get Monster or someone to sponsor me to stay up 24 hours to ship a family out of Gaza.
To seriously escalate.
I'll just go through why they're doing this, why they believe that there are still Hamas battalions there.
Well, the Israeli army is saying that they have disabled or
Can we please stop pretending that they believe that there are Hamas? Can we please stop pretending? Can we please stop pretending? Why are they thinking they don't? They don't. They're using this as a front so that they can eradicate the last of the vestiges of the Palestinian families remaining. It's got nothing to do with Hamas.
Destroyed the majority of Hamas's battalions. Hamas not being a traditional army, it's very difficult to know this battalion or that battalion, because often they're dressed as civilians anyway, so it's difficult to actually know who are Hamas fighters and who are not. But the Israelis are saying that now the remaining strongholds of Hamas are in Rafah, and that they're saying it's important to go in, whereas much of the rest of the world, of course, has been saying, listen, Gaza's essentially destroyed. Most of Gaza now is damaged or destroyed. There's not much left standing. And I think the United States is essentially saying that you've really broken the back of Gaza, and if you break the back of Gaza, you largely break the back of Hamas.
Absolutely. This is the thing. It wasn't enough for them to break Hamas. It wasn't enough for them to break Gaza. They are going for eradication. That is what they want. And they are, and anyone who tries to say that it's anything, I just, if you condemn Hamas, you should agree with, if you condemn Hamas, you should agree with genocide, of course. Because you can't condemn Hamas and then also condemn genocide. What a terrible, I just don't understand why anyone thinks that these two thoughts are contradictory. Like, honestly, I don't know why anyone thinks these two thoughts are contradictory. But also, I do want to point out that everyone is still talking about Hamas. Like, everyone's still talking about fucking Hamas as though Hamas fucking exists anymore. And Hamas, one of the reasons that things sort of began heating up between Israel and Iran is because Hamas is no longer there for them to fight their proxy war. Like, this is just bullshit. This is absolutely bullshit. This is just fucking bullshit.
Hamas fighters have been killed. A lot more civilians have been killed. The ratio has been, something like 1 to 4 civilians or 5 civilians to every one Hamas fighter. We've now seen they estimate about 32,000 or 30,000 civilians killed. Hamas is said to have a fighting force of...
They're saying that there's only been 30,000 civilians killed. Like, we've had 150,000 die in Sudan with the current genocide happening there at the moment, and we're not getting any news on that at all. Like, I don't agree. Like, I'm again not at all saying that we shouldn't be. We should be. And what's happening here is absolutely disgusting. And like I said, I'm doing with the live stream on the 15th to raise money to help get families out. But why haven't we seen anything with what's been happening in Sudan? It's really quite distressing to see the imbalance in the media, you know?
Between 30 and 40,000, and according to Israeli figures, about half to two-thirds of those they say have been destroyed, which would mean, if you go on their figures, there's probably another 10,000 Hamas fighters still operating.
There's no way that they've still got 10,000 Hamas fighters operating. These guys have got to be kidding me. There is no way they have 10,000 Hamas fighters. What are they smoking? Yeah, all the Congo. What are they smoking to say that there's 10,000? Like, what are they smoking?
And this action would blow any possible ceasefire out of the water.
That's right. That was already in trouble overnight because
Yeah,
Israel
the
has
10,000.
closed down the operations of Al Jazeera
Let's be honest. They've closed down Al Jazeera.
inside Israel, has in the last few hours raided the office in Jerusalem of Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera, of course, is essentially a state broadcaster of Qatar. And the Qataris are crucial in terms of mediating any peace agreement. So
Israel have no intention of backing down. They are going all out destruction. They've kicked out Al Jazeera. They've kicked out Al Jazeera. Never would I find myself being like, the state media of Qatar are imperative to the freedom of the press in the Middle East. And here we are. I just can't believe, I can't believe that they're kicking out independent, like they're kicking out journalism, and like they're the beacon. The reason that the Israelis are the good guys, right, is because they're the bastion of democracy in the Middle East. Like, where? Bitch, where?
So already the Qataris and the Egyptians would have been very unhappy with the closing down of Al Jazeera. So that didn't help. Now this essentially, if this goes ahead, this ground offensive, and it looks like Israel is preparing to do so seriously now, then that certainly means that a prospect of a ceasefire is unlikely.
Israel learnt their lesson after the West Bank. There is no way Netanyahu's government won't move everyone out of the Strip, and they'll just keep pushing till it's done. Yeah, yep. And I think anyone who doesn't think that that this was Netanyahu's plan from the beginning, I don't think he ever had any intention. I really don't think he ever had any intention. This was always the end goal. He was never going to stop with a ceasefire. He was never going to enter peace negotiations. He was done. He was done. And I think he was also done playing nice because the West kept asking him to, and he was ready to show his teeth. And I think, honestly, Biden gave him the go-ahead too. Yeah, it was always a plan, absolutely. And Biden absolutely gave him the go-ahead too. You know, Biden has allowed this. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It would not have happened without his okay. Every other time that the US has asked him to step back, they have. The fact that it hasn't happened this time is because Biden hasn't asked. The fact that it hasn't happened is because Biden hasn't asked.
The end game of the war. What could happen?
Well, Israel would say, if they go into Gaza, what they would say to the Israeli army is, if we go in there and we essentially destroy the remaining parts of Hamas's military machine.
But can we not just, like, the thing is, once again, if we just stop Israel from doing what it's doing, then there's not so many refugees to deal with. Like, the fact is we're all going, oh yeah, but who's responsible for all these refugees? Maybe we stop them, like, maybe just, like, they have homes, they have houses that they paid off mortgages on, that they have keys to, that they, you know, they have electricity bills in their name, you know, they did have.
the war's over. The problem with that, of course, is that the commander of Hamas in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, is still somewhere
how about we just
in
let them all
Gaza,
die to conflict
probably in a
zone?
tunnel
Yeah.
or somewhere. Very difficult for them
How about we do something about that conflict zone too, you know? Like, how about we address the fact that there's a bloody conflict zone where, like, 40% of the victims of this particular war have been children? Were they Hamas fighters? Are they the Hamas fighters? Are they the ones that we have to worry about, the children? Yeah. Yep. But we'll ignore all the guns that is like Israel's been supplying guns and money and funds, guns and funds to Hamas for years. Netanyahu has been supplying guns and funds to Hamas for years.
to claim victory, while the leader who planned the October 7 atrocities is still on the loose.
So, Al Jazeera has been shut down. Fabulous. Fabulous. It humanizes if you talk about the children. Yeah, don't dare talk about the children. We'll keep talking about, let's keep talking about Hamas. We'll just keep talking about Hamas. Like, look at that look at the state of Gaza while trying to seriously talk about the threat of Hamas. Go on. Seriously. Al Jazeera shut down. This is what I wanted to have a look at quickly. 9 hours ago. I missed this. Let's have a quick look.
The Israeli government has shut down media company Al Jazeera, banning it from broadcasting or operating inside Israel. The country's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claims Al Jazeera is harming Israeli security, a claim the broadcaster firmly rejects. The ABC's Middle East correspondent Alison Horn has the latest from Jerusalem.
Israel says it's a country
Harming
of
their
free
security.
press. Now it's shut down Al Jazeera's operations here, claiming the broadcaster is threatening Israel's security, including inciting harm towards Israel and Israeli soldiers. When the Israeli cabinet made the decision, it was effective immediately. Al Jazeera staff have told us Israeli police swarmed their offices here in
So, yeah, the allergies are... Yes, I did notice the ad break. I paused it because I noticed the ad break was coming up there. This will probably be our last ad break together because I do have to log off and go check on my kids. I am forever blowing bubbles. I do think I'm going to take a break from that for the rest of the week because this cold is having a bit of an effect on me and I should probably have a bit of a break for the sake of my lungs. But definitely 100%, 100%, forgot what I was saying then. Kind of important. Oh, hypnotherapy on Wednesday to quit smoking. Ooh. Ooh. There you go. And we're back. I did pause it, guys. I recognize that you were in ads and I paused it for everybody who wasn't going to see it. So I'm just going to go back a little bit because I'm not sure how much you missed. So this is talking about Al Jazeera being shut down in Israel this morning. They've been banned from operating in Jerusalem. We're being reported from Jerusalem, which is where their office was. But yeah, they've been banned from operating within Israel. So
Al Jazeera staff have told us Israeli police swarmed their offices here in Jerusalem and started seizing equipment. And on the TV, the Al Jazeera channel here went black. Al Jazeera says it's being punished for publishing information that doesn't support the Israeli narrative in this current war between Israel and Hamas. And they say they're considering legal options to fight the decision.
This decision is a very dangerous one.
Yeah.
Israel cannot claim all the time that she's a democracy, that it's democracy, and at the same time they are cutting and prevent the journalists to do their job.
לאחר דיון בקבינט המדיני
They're making it impossible for the journalists to do their job.
ביטחוני
After a discussion at the Security Cabinet and following my directive, the government will today discuss the closing of Al Jazeera broadcasts in Israel. Al Jazeera reporters harmed Israel's security and incited against IDF soldiers. It is
I did see yesterday Al Jazeera were talking about this. They said that they were worried that they were going to get shut down in Israel. But I was like, oh, that won't happen. Surely that won't happen. But then, of course, I wasn't expecting to hear that Israel were planning on invading Rafah. And, of course, they would need to shut Al Jazeera down before doing that. And that's the thing that worries me a lot about this. They've shut down Al Jazeera News right before going in to do what they're going to do in Rafah.
time to remove the
scary.
Hamas mouthpiece from our country.
It's a bit scary.
Now, technically, this move is a temporary measure. The ban lasts for 45 days, but it can then be renewed. And this is an unprecedented move by the Israeli government. The Foreign Press Association here has labelled it a dark day for media and democracy. And it warns other foreign media are now at risk if Israel too deems they are acting against the state.
That's true.
Al Jazeera is owned by Qatar, which is playing a key role at the moment, mediating a possible ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas. It's unclear what effect this decision will have on those mediations, but Al Jazeera says the decision is criminal.
She looked familiar. I'm sure I know her from somewhere. Let me have a quick look. Subscription. Oh, there it is, right down the bottom there. Where is it? Here. Al Jazeera. Yep. The problem, here we go. They're still covering it. There you go. Oh, 16 hours ago, though. Oh, no. Here we go. Yeah, it's been a few hours since they've had their last update. I got an update 9 minutes ago. Ah, they have live text updates. Fantastic. Yep, I can see that here. Far out. I'm not going to put this up on the screen because it is quite, the pictures are quite confronting. But there is a, Dominic has kindly posted the link in the thread if anyone wants to go, just a trigger warning for anyone who is quite confronting. The images are quite confronting. But it does have the live updates on there. So the orders follow a night of intense. Israel's military orders Palestinians to move out of eastern Rafah ahead of what is described as a limited scope operation in Gaza South. The order follows a night of intense Israeli bombardment that killed 22 people in Rafah, including 8 children, of course, because, again, 40% of all the people who've died in this war have been children. Earlier on Sunday, Hamas fired rockets at the Kerem Abu Salam crossing, killing 3 Israeli soldiers. So they managed to kill 3 soldiers. Israeli killed 22 civilians, including 8 children. But Hamas is the one we must condemn. Can someone explain to me how Hamas again is the one we must condemn when we look at these, if we look at these events? Israeli says about 100,000 will be evacuated from eastern Rafah. Let's see how many survive. Yeah. So, Israeli designated evacuation zones are not safe for Palestinians, which we already knew. So the evacuation order follows what seems to be the failure of a ceasefire talks in Cairo and the insistence of the Israeli Prime Minister on expanding the group invasion into Rafah city. It also comes in the aftermath of the Hamas attack on Kerem Abu Salem, which was the Kerem Shalom crossing, and an intense Israeli response in which they carried out 11 air raids targeting areas in the eastern parts of Rafah city. So they're outright attacking civilians in response to targets against the IDF. Ugh. It's important to point out that so far all the evacuation zones designated by the Israeli military have not been safe for displaced families. In fact, these areas have been constantly under attack, whether in the Western Khan Yunis or here in Rafah, where 1.5 million people are sheltering currently. Like, this is horrendous what's happening. It really is horrendous. It really is. Oh. New update. Refresh. All right, let's refresh. Let's refresh. 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 Why won't it refresh? Oh, 2 minutes ago, Israel briefed US on a plan to evacuate Palestinians from Rafah. Unnamed US officials told the Associated Press News Gallery that Israel briefed Biden administration officials this week on a plan to evacuate Palestinian civilians ahead of a potential military operation in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. The officials who were not authorized to comment publicly and requested anonymity to speak about the sensitive exchange said the plan detailed by the Israelis did not change the US administration's view that moving forward with an operation in Rafah would put too many innocent Palestinian civilians at risk. Far out. Now, I have to say, I do think that the estimated death toll so far has been underestimated in this case. But yeah, the fact that there's, like, we've got 1.5 million Palestinians seeking shelter right now in southern Gaza, as this territory has now been ravaged. Like, these airstrikes, again, which were targeted against civilians because of what was ostensibly a military action. It's quite disturbing when you think about who is behaving as though they are an actual military operation and who is behaving as though they're a terrorist organization between Hamas and Israel, if we're looking at these two examples. Who are only targeting military targets, and who are, dressing up as doctors and going in to attack civilians. Like, the IDF are behaving abominably. I can't believe anybody, 100% underestimated, yeah. And I gotta say, like, stuff, how is it allowed? I know. It just makes you so frustrated, doesn't it? I'm frustrated. All right, I'm going to share this. Here we go. What's this source? Oh, no, I don't want window capture. That's okay. I'm going to delete that. That's fine. That's my calendar down there. I didn't even realize it was there. There we go. I'm just going to close that for a second. I'm frustrated, mad, sad, angry, all the feelings. Oh, absolutely. How can we not be? How can we not be? And then to be told as well, when you're reading this and you feel like, well, you feel. I'm just gonna try and copy that. There we go. All right, I'm gonna try and do a sneaky. Now, hang on a second. I forgot to do this first. Sorry, one sec. I love the fact that I do this just to remind you all that I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. You know? Like, can't have anyone think I have any fucking clue what I'm doing, right? That would be horrendous. What? Ooh, what a lie. So I'd like to just every now and then remind everyone that I have no fucking clue. Here we go. Let's put this up on the screen. But yeah, of course you are all of those things. Of course you are all of those things. How can you not be? How can you not be? You know? And it's hard. There we go. Now I'm trying to just scroll past the images. Here we go. Before getting to the updates section. Before I make it live for y'all, if that makes sense. There we go. Hey. I know it seems ridiculous. It does seem ridiculous that we're just sitting here on a live stream as well, just chatting about this, like, you know, whatever. Like it seems so ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense mentally in my brain. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. The Met Gala is the Met Gala happening right now? Is the Met Gala happening right now? Is the far out. Talk about timing. Talk about timing. Hey? This is what they do. Distraction. Distraction. I don't know, guys. I don't know sometimes. Anyway. All right. I don't know how it's allowed. People aren't falling for it like they used to, though. No, I had no idea the Met Gala was on. So that's a buoy for the win. How's that for the win? Like I knew that this was happening, and I'd heard about the risk that Al Jazeera was getting closed down, but I had no idea that the Met Gala was happening. So there's that. I only saw it because of a TikTok update. See, there you go. Now I'm just gonna occasionally hit refresh on this one, and if it does update, then you know we can obviously see. Oh, sorry, Flip. Sorry, I do apologize. I forgot that when I refreshed it, it would go back up to the very horrific situation. The realities of the very horrific situation that are happening right now. It's great, isn't it? It's just great. It's just great. Far out. Far out, guys. I just, and it does shock me. It does shock me that we fall for it still. Not that I think everyone is falling. Like you said, less people are falling for it than before. And I am seeing more signs of rebellion. I'm seeing more signs of protest just out on the street than I've ever seen before. Every time I go past, like the what do you call it, MP's office in town, someone's written a new slogan on his face. I mean, I don't go in town that often, so it might not be happening that often. But I'm seeing it every time I went into town, whereas previously I would not have seen that at all. So it is definitely happening more often, you know? Met Gala starts in 15 hours. Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. in New York right now. So they've announced it. They've announced it like 3 a.m. when everyone's going to be getting ready for the Met Gala. Everyone's going to be focused on the Met Gala. Everyone's going to be like, this day when everyone wakes up, it's not going to be like, my God, the world needs to stop because of Palestine, what's happening in Gaza right now. It's going to be, oh my God, the Met Gala. I feel like I killed the mood, but it had to be shared. No. We were talking about fascism before, Belle. We were talking about fascism before. Yeah, it is absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Far out. Sleight of hand. Yeah. They were bombings during the Oscars. Yep. But again, I don't think many people were watching the Oscars. I didn't even know where the Oscars were on this year. I honestly did not watch even a minute of the Oscars this year. It was so funny because even last year at the Oscars, I got this feeling to watch it. Like I got this impulse to turn it on for a second. And when I put it on, I first of all tried to find it through someone's social media, tried to find someone streaming it. Then I finally found the channel where it was streaming on YouTube and I pulled it up. And just as I managed to get it on, I saw the Chris Rock, I was going to say Bruce Willis then. I didn't, Will Smith, Chris Rock moment. And I saw that and I went, nah. This is why I don't watch this shit. This is why I don't watch this shit. And it was like I knew though I had to turn it on just so I knew what everyone was talking about when the conversation happened in the zeitgeist. New update. Right back again. That was 2 years ago, was it? I just read the winners after. I didn't even bother doing that. Usually if it says that someone's won something for something that I've seen advertised, like if I see an advertise and it's like, you know, Poor Things, winner of Best Actress for Emma Stone, I'll be like, oh, I'll watch it and see what it was like because she won Best Actress for it and I'll pay attention to her acting. And then usually afterwards I'll be like, I don't know. I feel like I saw better acting this year or something of the like. I feel like she made some choices. We've got a new update. Okay, let's see. New update. Now I'm going to do studio mode. Open live browser. Interact. Now, hopefully, if I refresh... No, you weren't supposed to do that. Okay, new. Israeli Air Force struck deep inside Lebanon on Sunday, military says. The Israeli military says its fighter jets struck a Hezbollah military structure in the area of Ez Sifri, located south of the city of Baalbek near Lebanon's border with Syria. Lebanese media reported earlier that the attack targeted a factory In Sifri, there was no mention of casualties. The Israeli military also said it's... Is anybody else like... Amy, hi. Hello. Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I'm into movies as well, but I don't tend to think of the Oscars as necessarily being a good barometer for me about what movies I'm going to enjoy. But I can see, yeah, I get what you mean. I totally get what you mean. But yeah, my interest in them has just completely gone. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, I have been talking about Zone of Interest a lot recently. Did you see Zone of Interest? And again, I found out after I found out about Zone of Interest that it won Oscar for Best Sound Design. And then I started paying particular attention to the sound design. Well, I mean, it's impossible not to pay attention to the sound design in that movie. Like, it's impossible not to. But I started looking into how they did the sound design. I started to become a lot more interested in the process of doing the sound design for that movie. I started appreciating the artistry of it a lot more, and I was like, yeah, actually, these ones seem like they're given to the films that actually deserve them, these technical Oscars. Yeah. That's fine, yeah, you can have one. Yeah. Didn't they give the actors the Oscars so that, or something? Originally, yeah. For me, it's the other way around. I've generally already seen the movies nominated for Oscars. In the case for the Zone of Interest, well, I think as well that probably also comes from different lifestyles. I am generally, the things that I'd probably be a lot more aware of which television programs were trending with young children than I would which movies were. Do you know what I mean? Like, my access to certain viewing experiences is somewhat limited, given my rural location. We have one cinema that is nowhere near me, actually. It's like an hour away. And it's got 2 screens in it. And it's open 3 nights a week. And they play whatever the most popular films are. That's it. And in terms of, if I'm awake, generally it's because my children are, So yeah, but I do. Oh, which one haven't you seen? American Fiction winning an Oscar. I'm happy about it. Oh, that's good. That's one you haven't seen yet. Dominic, oh my God. Okay, all right. Like when I tell you to ready yourself for this experience, because it will fuck with your mind. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. Like it was so funny. I was talking about it. I was ranting about it on here, and then a friend in a group chat that we have, a friend messaged and said, oh my God, Tamara, you've got to see this movie. And everyone in the group chat was like, Tamara was literally ranting about it on live stream yesterday. And then I've just been honestly not wanting to talk about nothing else. I was actually going to show the interview from the sound designer that I saw talking about it today on the live stream. I'm going to do it on Wednesday, actually. We're going to have the interview from the sound designer about this film, about Zone of Interest and about the way they shot it. Because the attention to detail they put in to the sound design and to making it intentionally, that's exactly why I haven't seen it yet. I feel like I need to be in the right mindset. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, I'm not giving anything away by talking about this. Like, I wouldn't do that. Absolutely wouldn't. I might watch Zone of Interest. I have a flu. Oh, yeah. So one of the things that he really put a lot of attention into with the sound design, they had 2 movies that they shot. They had film A, which is the film that you're watching, that you see, And they filmed that film completely, shot that film, wrapped it, it was done. And then they started film 2. And film 2 was the sounds that were all happening over the wall. And that was its own complete film with a complete script. That was just the sound design. It was just the sound design with his own team going and doing his own film, basically. So they wrapped the film 1, and then began film 2 as a completely different film. And with film 1, they were going for mundanity. So the Foley artists went to the house where the family lived and recorded the doorknobs turning, and recorded the warnings by world leaders, aid agencies against Rafah offensive. Well, that's good. New update, guys. Belinda, hydrate. Yes. For many months, there have been repeated calls from world leaders, diplomats, and aid agencies urging Israel not to go ahead with a planned ground offensive in Rafah. Excellent. Okay, so we're just reiterating the fact that everybody thinks this is a bad idea. Banality was a word I saw. Yes, absolutely. So they recorded the actual footsteps go down the hallway. They didn't want anything to be sensationalized. They didn't want anything to feel faked or acted or scripted. They wanted it to feel very banal and very boring and very just... And they said even whenever anyone tried to act, it immediately stood out. Like whenever anyone faked anything, it immediately stood out as being false because of how natural everything else had been done, particularly when it came to doing film 2. Now, I'm going to wait till after the ads to discuss film 2 because I know we're about to go to ad in 15 seconds and I don't want anyone to miss out. So when we come back from ads, I'm going to discuss film 2 specifically and how they went about recording that one. So stay tuned if you're interested in talking about the zone of interest and how it relates to the war in Palestine. I know I'm laughing and that seems ridiculous, but come on. Like, can you think of a film right now that speaks more to the predicament that we are in currently than Zone of Interest? Really? In terms of like, we're just sitting here going about our lives, clicking away on our keyboards. Like, can you imagine a film being made of our lives where we're just clicking away on our keyboards and then the sound of the war of what was happening right now in Gaza was just being played over the top while someone just watched us typing away, doing our work, having our conversations, having our tea parties. Can you imagine? So relatable. Yeah. 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 Absolutely. And I feel like it's a hard one too because it feels like we're doing bonus content time too, by the way, guys, in case anyone hadn't realized. I'm not going all out with it today. I'm being a little bit, you know, conservative. But anyway, I got to clean my house. Adam has spent far too much, Asshat. Not allowed to mention his name. Asshat has spent far too much time at my house the last couple of days because the kids have been so unwell. And, like, you know when people say, like, boyfriend vibe? It's like your house has an ex-husband vibe. It's like there's a layer of soot that I just have to wipe off my kitchen. I'm kidding. I'm joking. There's an add-on so he can't see me saying this part. Except he watches on YouTube and not on Twitch, so he can see me saying this part. I've run out of bonus content. Oh no, Amy, if only you were close. I would give you all the bonus content in the world. You would never run out of bonus content with me around. I have to wash that thing out now. Everyone remind me I don't want to do that again before washing it because that was not nice. That was what Ames has got the prescription, I'm pretty sure. It's very, very easy to get if you've got any kind of generalized anxiety disorder. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I got a bit screwed up by that as well, but it was actually their ordering system. I ordered it. They mucked up my order. I let them know they mucked up my order. It took them like 4 days to realize they'd mucked up my order. But they did manage to get it to me within 3 days once they corrected the mistake. So, you know, I was like, that's not so bad. Oh, sorry. I had that sip of Pepsi and it went down the wrong tube. Oh. Yeah. Bubble. It's like hold music in the ad breaks. Yep. So, oh, are they? It's not iHealth Pharmacy, is it? Who needs girl from Panama? Oh, who needs girl from Panama when you got bubbles? Yeah. So, before the ad break, we were talking about film 1 and how they tried to make it as banal as possible, and they tried to make it just like a family going about their lives. They set up cameras, stationary cameras with wide shots, and just let the people do their thing, or got the people to do their thing, and really tried to take all of the critique out of it, all of the artistry out of it. They wanted it, like, they used very natural lighting. They talked about how they just wanted it to be very pared back. So we talked about that in the first part. So then when it came to shooting film 2, which was the second film, which was all of the sound that happens over the wall, the family don't hear any of that because that's not even been shot yet. Film 1 was wrapped before they even began film 2. And all of that sound design, everything that happens over the wall, again, when they were doing the sound design, the sound artist was talking about how when they got actors in to do any of the scenes that they needed or wanted, it became very immediate what was being acted, what was fake. Like, it just did not work. And they had done a lot of research into who was there at the time, what was happening, like people's memories and incident reports about things that were happening in the camp at the time. They wanted to make it as realistic as possible, and they created a storyboard, they created a timeline, like they went right into detail with this second film. And one of the things that they had noted was that there were a lot of French prisoners had been brought into the camp at that time. A lot of people from France. And so one of the Foley artists was walking through the riots in France with microphones about his person, recording what was happening. And then they isolated sounds from that to use in the sound production. So, and the way he described it was, he captured quite a lot of French pain, and it was authentic French pain. And that is what the history books tell us was there in the camp at the time. And so they were able to use real pain, people's real expressions of actual pain, because he said that the worst thing they could have done was make it feel inauthentic, make it feel fake, make it feel forced. So when you're in there and you're being affected by it because you can hear those people's pain, know that you're not listening to actors pretending to be in pain. Know that you are listening to people in actual pain, because we couldn't have anything less than 100% authenticity in this film. And it's just like, okay. Righty-ho. Anywho. Sorry. Yeah, most of mine is Canadian as well. Most of mine's Canadian. I'm having a bit of a break at the moment, though. Yeah, that's a lot. It is. It's a lot. It is a lot. And it's a lot... when you sit through the film and you feel how real it feels, it almost like you feel vindicated for being that emotionally. Like, no wonder I was so emotional. Fuck, like, you know what I mean? Like, you feel vindicated for being that upset in a film. You really do. I know that sounds silly of me, but they stopped stocking my favorite and I got mad. Which was your favorite? I have only tried at the moment. I'm doing. I've got Cara Cara. Which Cara Cara I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying Cara Cara a lot more than I'm enjoying that other one. But yeah. We don't always talk about films that often on this channel, just so that everyone's aware. But I think I'm going to have to make a TikTok about this because I cannot stop talking about it. I cannot stop talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, I don't want to talk about any of the specifics of the story because I don't want to give anything away to anyone. Because I feel like the more people know about the story, the less they feel obliged to watch something. Whereas you can talk about the artistry and the work that went into it, and the story, or I suppose the message it's trying to get across without really discussing specifics. Oh, sorry. My allergies really are annoying me right now. Oh, it is. It is. And even the colours that are used in the garden scenes, like, you just get the idea that, like, the production crew laid out an exact replica of her garden. So they shot the scenes in the house, in the actual house. The garden scenes, they made like an exact replica of the garden to do the garden scenes in. Yeah. Yeah, once I get my new bulb, I'll watch it. Going in blind seems smart. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no. And that's one of the reasons why I really enjoy talking about films like this, because there is so much to talk about without discussing any of you know, of anything that's going to spoil it for you, really. Because you know going in, it's a story about the family that lived next to Auschwitz, right? And so you're not, like, you know, that there's already there's enough that's well known about what happened there that you can discuss the ins and outs of the film production without it spoiling. Like, you can talk about how much detail they went into and how much work they did to get the realness without, you know, going into detail about what's going on. Yeah. If that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Vagueness is fine. You know what to expect. You know what to expect. And there is enough to discuss just with discussing the attention to detail they went in with the sound design. Like, have I told you yet that they went in there and they recorded the sound? They recorded the sound of the light switches and they recorded the sound of the bulbs in the ceiling in the original house. Like, they recorded the sounds of the light switches and the sounds the bulbs made, and like the sound of like in the original house. And they walked up and down the house in shoes and in socks and barefoot, like, and recorded like the level of attention to detail they went to with this sound design. Like, just it's and not even in for movie 2, but for movie 1. For movie 1, I'm talking about. For the film that you're seeing, like the film that wrapped first. Like, it's just incredible. It's just incredible. Oh. Yeah, I watched the trailer and knew it would be good because it gave nothing away. Yeah, absolutely. And everyone who you talk to about it doesn't talk to you about the plot, doesn't talk to you about what to expect. Like, I mean, they talk to you about what to expect a little bit, like, you know, expect to you know, but they talk to you about they talk to you about how confronting it is. They talk to you about how detailed it is. They talk to you about how, do you know what I mean? Like, you go see a movie in Marvel, and a Marvel movie, everyone's like, yeah, you know, it was pretty cool. You know, it was loud and it was fun and all the right people showed up. And it's like, okay, there's not much to talk about. Whereas with a film like this, there's so much to talk about beyond, yeah, like it's one of the great things about true art, you know? The 5.1 system will really give the experience. Oh, it will. Oh my goodness. Yes, the 5.1 system will really give the experience. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Oh my gosh, you're making me want to go and get a sound system. Oh, they've updated the headline. The warning, the World Raiders. Is this the update, or has it updated? Did it update on my page, or it hasn't updated yet? Oh, the warnings. It's just listing the warnings. Okay, here we go. Hang on. It's frozen now because it's trying to update while I'm trying to refresh it. Hang on. Come on, silly thing. Come on. Blumenick. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I tell you what. Here we go. It's going to work now. Is that 18 minutes ago? A slaughter? The warnings by world leaders, aid agencies against the Rafah offensive. Yeah. Yeah, of course we all know why they don't want Al Jazeera there. Because it's going to be a slaughter and they don't want us all seeing it. Because everyone else is willing to turn a blind eye. And this is why when I say you can talk about this movie and how it relates to what's happening now in Gaza without even having to talk about the movie all that much. It's because you've got that whole second movie about what's not being seen, where our eyes aren't looking, what we're not paying attention to. And that's what, watching the whole movie, you kind of get this sense that you're not looking at the right thing. Like, you feel like you're waiting for the movie to cut away to the action. You wait, not for the whole thing, because eventually you kind of... And this is one of the things that the sound designer talked about as well. There was some sounds that he came into the studio one morning and hit play because he was halfway through working on a track. He'd kind of paused it in the middle of it and just went in and hit play and was blown away. Was like, holy shit, and like had to remix the sound because the sound of the train was just so overwhelming. And it was because he'd been getting used to it and he'd been drowning it out mentally. And so he'd had to keep tweaking it and turning it up louder and louder and louder so that he was registering it. And it really made him realize that whole point of the movie, that when you have that much, when you live sort of next to that much horror all of the time, it becomes background noise. It becomes background noise of your life. And that's what sort of we don't want to have happen here. We don't want us to just feel like, well, this is just background noise that we don't need to pay attention to. We absolutely do need to pay attention to what's happening. And they don't want us paying attention. They want us to look away. They want us looking in the other direction. But our attention is necessary. And that's why on the 15th, again, put it in your calendars, the 15th of June, we're doing a 24-hour live stream. I'm going to do up a poster. I'm going to put it on the Discord, share it with everybody, your friends, your colleagues, your co-workers. I'm the only one who needs to be embarrassed. I'm the only one who's putting myself out here embarrassing myself. Just let everyone know that there's a 24-hour live stream to try and raise money for families fleeing Gaza. It sounds like they're going to need it desperately since they're planning on moving 100,000 people out of Rafah by force into these encampments. So, you know, but no, definitely not a genocide. Nothing to see here. Yeah, hashtag eyes on Rafah. Have you been allocated family? I've got an email that I have been allocated family, but we haven't made contact yet. Where are they being evacuated to exactly? So the plan is, what we're doing is we're giving them the funds for them to be able to actually get themselves visas and go to wherever it is that they need to go. So the plan is that, like, this is why they need us to fundraise for them, because they need like $7,000 per person for some of these visas. So no one person can be expected to come up with that kind of money on their own. But hopefully we'll be able to help like a family get a few visas together for them to be able to get wherever it is that they want to go, so they could build a new life for themselves. Counterpart Israel had no choice over Gaza effective. Israeli Defense Minister tells US counterpart Israel had no choice. Are you kidding me? Far out. Israel is sending them close to the beach. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, where are they being evacuated to by the Israel, you mean? And let's not forget that they said that they wanted it from the sand to the sea. They wanted to eradicate them. So they're getting fucking close. And we're letting them. And we're sitting back and we're letting them. Yeah, so a lot of them are going to Egypt because it's the easiest place for them to get visas currently. And it obviously is about getting safety. But the really important thing about getting them the proper visas and the proper citizenship papers is that they aren't then forced to move along. They aren't then forced, they have some stability. You know, so that's one of the reasons why it is a far more costly endeavor. Because one of the other things is that Israel, the IDF, are unfortunately charging them thousands of dollars to leave. So it's costing them, like, you know, thousands and thousands of US dollars per family just to get a family member out of a country. So I just can't see how Zionists can keep trying to rationalize this. Because they see it as a necessary evil. They see it as a necessary evil. I don't understand why so necessary. Not sure about that. Not sure why they think they can justify it as necessary. But they seem to think that it's necessary evil in order for God's will to be accomplished on earth. I always understood that God was capable of accomplishing his own will, and so we could kind of just sit back and let it happen. But these motherfuckers really seem to want to take a direct hand in fulfilling Bible prophecy. Despite the fact, once again, that Bible prophecy is supposed to be able to fulfill itself, right? Like, yeah, so did the Nazis. Exactly. How? Because they've been allowed to for so long. Yeah, exactly. And so did the Nazis. They did as well. They believed that they were fulfilling Bible prophecy. Yep, exactly. So now they're trying to say that they had no choice. In an overnight phone call, Gallant updated Austin. The minister is reported to have blamed Hamas for refusing any proposal that would allow for a temporary ceasefire proposal. I gotta be honest. How are they communicating with Hamas, guys? How are they communicating with Hamas? Because I gotta be honest. Gotta be completely honest with you. I don't really think Hamas have still got like a PO box set up in Gaza at this point. Just having a look at a map and just seeing how destroyed Gaza is. They picked up the red phone and pressed the Hamas button. Yeah. Because all the phone lines, despite all the bombing, their direct phone line with Hamas is still going okay. Because that's how they get all their money, don't forget. It's from Netanyahu. So they got to keep their line with him open, even though the phone lines everywhere else have crashed. They're getting bombs from Israel from above, and they're like, oh, quick, the phone's ringing. It's Daddy Netanyahu with our next lot of funds so we can bomb them back. Hilarious. Whoa. Huh. It's like the bat phone. What is even good for? Absolutely nothing except making capitalism more money. Has anyone seen Fallout? How do we make sure that we make money from the end of the world? We make sure the end of the world happens. Like, that's what the US sees. I have seen Fallout. There you go. Let's make sure the end of the world happens so we can make bank. That's the real American dream. Sorry, we've all agreed that if JoJo C was allowed to sing in public, then so am I. So I apologize to everybody who wasn't aware of that rule before now. But yeah, if JoJo C was allowed to sing in public, then so am I. And that is why we love JoJo C. We're around here, because she has given so many of us the freedom to be allowed to sing in public, and we stand that behaviour. I watched a lot of interest straight after watching the last episode. Oh, yes! Blended that lot to oblivion. I did blend that lot to oblivion. Yes, I watched Fallout when you told me you had to finish watching that before watching Zone of Interest. I was like, okay, watching Fallout. But I did find it hilarious when it was like at the end, the upbeat, happy little rich girl had to figure out that her wealth was created on the backs of the suffering of others. I was like, oh, we're not done with that trope yet. Like we're still learning that lesson. We're still learning that lesson. Okay. No worries. But I guess when it happened in Hogwarts with Hermione Granger, the lesson was get over it. So yeah, maybe we do need to see it a little more often. maybe if in this generation's lifetime, if there was a novel that kind of eye rolled at the idea of being upset at slavery. Maybe we need to talk about a little bit more about the rich white girl who realizes that a lot of her privilege comes on the backs of other people's suffering. Garlic bread for dinner. Is it based on the game? In terms of setting, yes. In terms of setting, and there are characters in the game that pop up in the series. Yes. I haven't recovered from having to go to the shops. No, that's okay. No worries. Yeah, it's set in the same universe and it's canon to the game, they've said. Yeah. And it's interesting, like, you know, characters from the game pop up in the series. And there's a lot of, like, sort of fan service moments. Especially like with the cinematography, there are a few fan servicey moments in it, but you can watch it having never played the game and have a really good time. There was nothing in it that made it inaccessible for, you know, first time viewers. Shops are overrated. Yes, agreed. No disagreement from me here. If anyone here knows yet, I'm behind on anything music, movies, TV show. Guys, guess what just came in the mail? Oh my god. I feel terrible saying this. I got Oasis in the mail. I got Oasis in the mail. Should I go get it? I haven't unwrapped it yet. I could put it on the record player. That's electric replacement. No. No. I was going to say, but I've got the record player back there. I could put my Oasis album on in the background just for a little bit. I just got it in the mail. Yeah, it's a new record. Sorry. No, it's who steals the chords? He did! And it was so funny having to tell the cops that. It was so funny having to tell the cops that and just being like, okay. And the thing is, too, when I was talking to the woman at the shelter about it, I was like, I felt stupid mentioning it. And they were like, no, but it's really important that you show that this is the kind of thing that he would do. Like, play it. Okay, DMCA takedown, terms of service. Yeah, I know, but just for a little bit. Just for a second. Not for too long. Not for too long. I know. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Potentially you are on 2 strikes. Am I on 2 strikes? How am I on 2 strikes? They've not told me I'm on any strikes. Don't they have to tell me if I'm on strikes? Let me go get it and show it to you. Okay. Yeah, I know, but they have to actually strike you for it to be a strike. Yeah, no, there's anywhere I've got messages or anything about it, like my message box, my inbox, my channel notifications, achievement complete. It begins. My Twitch notifications. We're gonna update your monetized streamer agreement so that we can give you less money as of the 3rd of June. Add in 1 minute. New update. Oh, see, if I click out of this, it stops updating. It's terrible. Interact. One more update. Let's do that. Where is it? Where are we? Gaza's southern city packed with 1.5 million people. We did learn that earlier, didn't we? I mean, it's up to you, but like I'm saying, it's on with the rest, yeah. Ad starting soon. So I'm going to go for a quick pee break and put the kettle on. Do a quick bone cone. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay, I'll go get the record and pee. BRB. Hello. Complain on Discord. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll have a listening party on Discord one of these days. What is going on? What is going on, chat? We got an ad in progress. Did you see it when I jumped up the record? Oh, did you see the record? You couldn't. It's too low. It was too low. That's the record. So yeah, what's the story, Morning Glory? It's I'm very excited to play this later. All right. Are we all getting the smoking ad, or is it just me every single break? Are you getting an ad about smoking every single break? That feels very targeted. That feels very targeted. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I've got a very broad collection, so I don't judge anyone's taste. I've got everyone from, you know, I got everyone from R.E.M. to bloody David Bowie to the Eagles to, I don't know, like everyone, Billie Eilish, Taylor Swift. I can't think. Like, I got a diverse taste. What's that about then? Champagne Supernova, yeah. In a champagne supernova. So I really like Morning Glory as well. So yes, this is the double album. We're back from ads as well. Thank you so much. Eddie Dark Throne. I actually know. Interestingly enough, not interestingly enough, I shouldn't say, but no, funnily enough, no. Sadly enough. Sadly for me. But my ex, you don't see ads on YouTube. Oh. Your Mom's a Double album. What the fuck is he actually about? Yeah. But I think that's kind of, I feel like a lot of these bands were a little bit nihilistic in a way with a lot of their messages. Like, I feel like that's kind of the point. It's like, okay, who the fuck cares? Like, you know. Love, I always just remember that performance when Nirvana rocked up, and because they had been told they were only allowed to lip sync because they were worried about what they were going to do, they just made it really obvious that they were lip syncing, and they just like refused to even play the instruments, and they were just like standing there swaying, you know, being full dickish about it. I'm not sure what's happening. What do you mean, Amy? You all right? What's going on? Oh, because you don't get ads. Yeah. Yeah, that was cool too. Some very big music moments happened when I think I was too young to really appreciate them. And I remember my mum really not wanting me watching any of those shows too, because she was really concerned about, you know, the effect it would have on me. Some might say. I'm going to shut up now. What? Ignore me. What do you mean? What do you mean, Amy? What happened? Oh. Woo! We got a new Void member. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, Belinda, you be sneaky and you be gifting us. You be stopping that business. Raven Blue Dragon. Hi. Hi. I was going to say, that's another lurk. We got to have a little praise for our lurkers. We love our lurkers. Oh, that's so lovely, Belinda. Belle, you're so sweet. Where are we now? Okay. Interact. Here we go. 9 minutes ago was the update. Oh, did she? Oh, fantastic. Rat Machine, not Rage Against the Machine. Okay. I'm very confused, but that's all right. I don't mind. Now, and as far as what's been going on at the moment in Gaza, the last update we got 11 minutes ago was that the estimates from the World Health Organization and Doctors Without Borders say that there is anywhere between 1.2 and 1.5 million people currently trapped in Rafah after fleeing from northern and central areas of the enclave amid Israel's ground operations and air attacks. I have therapy in an hour. Fantastic! I hear it's been going okay though. We're not like, you know. We're not hating every minute of it. I'm not laughing at the news. It's on my computer too, by the way. I love when I get I'm so excited to play my records, honestly. New update. CIA chief to stay in Qatar as truth talks drag. Okay. Come on. Where's my auto updates on then? Come on. Refresh. Here we go. Here it goes. CIA chief to stay in Qatar as truth talks drag. William Burns, who is in Doha for emergency talks with Qatar's Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, is expected to remain in the Gulf country as negotiations for a Gaza truce continue to drag, according to news reports. Axios reported that after his last-minute trip to Qatar, Burns will head to Israel by Tuesday for talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But the US news outlet later reported that Burns would likely travel to Israel later this week. CNN also reported that he will stay in Doha on Monday. Talks for a ceasefire have been complicated by the latest reports that Israel is planning to evacuate thousands of... Oh, your internet keeps playing up. That was their last big hit. I'm going to have a listen to it. I'll have a listen to it after I've listened to my Oasis album. Sorry, you're not going to get me to listen to anything else before I get to put this one on the record player. I'm sort of getting more and more mindful of how much of the things that because I've always had sort of like, you know, I don't know, just the more that I withdraw myself, I don't know, the harder it seems to get. You know, the more things I realize that I rely upon in this system. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Anyway. No, is Israel ever going to agree on any conditions? No. They want total annihilation. They want total annihilation of the Palestinian people, unfortunately. And that's the thing. It's very hard to enter into any kind of peace talks with a group that just wants you dead under in no uncertain terms, under any circumstances. I think what we really need to keep remembering, though, as well, is that Benjamin Netanyahu was paying to prop up Hamas for many, many years because it served his political will as well. So he stirred up fear amongst the Jewish people around Hamas and the Palestinians generally, and about the fact that every single Palestinian was basically Hamas. Then also funded Hamas to try and make them this big scary thing. So there is a lot more fear for Hamas around Jewish people than there is actual hatred amongst Jewish people, amongst Palestinians. There is a lot more fear than there is actual hatred. And this is a conversation I keep trying to have with people. That feels like, everyone sort of wants to both sides this argument. And I think it's because we've sort of been trained to both sides this argument from the imperial force that is the US for many, many years. But it's certainly not the reality of this situation. Not by any means, I wouldn't say. Not by any means. Not a little, and that is it best nuclear option with them, meaning it won't happen? No. Oh, it's absolutely, and I think really we have to be honest and admit that it wasn't ever really both sides when you have like the two forces of like colonial imperialist powers on one side from the start, and we can see how this is spreading as well. This is, and we can see how it is spreading. Like I feel like America's like, well, we wrapped up one more, might as well start another. Why not? Just, oh. Look, I feel like there is a lot of fear, particularly amongst Jewish communities of people who live over there, because it's been proliferated amongst their communities for a reason. And I will also say that there is a lot of anti-Semitism still, and it does spark up very, very easily, very, very quickly. Like it's always simmering just below the surface. I would say that it can be as scary for Jewish people living in Australia as it is for Black people living in Australia. Absolutely. It's always simmering right below the surface, but that is a reality that is not, I think there's almost this white supremacist idea, but yet Jewish people shouldn't have to put up with that. Jewish people deserve a space where they get to go and feel safe and not feel completely terrified all of the time, like not feel terrified that the state might turn against them, and not feel terrified that and I'm just like, but why does no person of color deserve that? It's because you're the white people of color. Like you're the white people of color, so you guys deserve your own state, but like there's a genocide going on in Africa right now, in Sudan. There's a genocide going on right now that we're just going to ignore because those people have a bit too much melanin in their skin, and the people who are also living in these communities who've got too much melanin in their skin, who get harassed constantly everywhere they go on the basis of the colour of their skin, they don't deserve a separate state to live in. That's completely different. That's completely separate. We couldn't possibly understand what it's like for Jewish people as an Indigenous person who was taught not to tell anyone that she was Indigenous in order for her not to get taken away by the state. No, you didn't say it wrong. No, you didn't say it wrong at all. No, you didn't say it wrong at all, Amy. You didn't. It's just I have this conversation a lot with people, where they talk about the extermination and like I'm not at all denying that genocides of Jewish populations that have been ongoing throughout history have not all been horrific and have not been ongoing. But they talk about them as though they are in some way different than the same plans to exterminate people that have been going on for other communities at the same time, in the same period of history, in the same places, like literally right now, they act as though they need a safe space, and so therefore they're justified in trying to wipe another population off of the map. Like, do you... You know what I mean? Like, it's just... I just can't... Oh, yeah, because they weren't poor like the African communities. No, because they weren't poor like the African communities. That's a big part of it too, isn't it? Money's a big part of it. I think I spend far too much. Watch No Refuge for Rafah's Children. 26 seconds ago. There's been another update, guys. 7 months into Israel's war on Gaza, 11-year-old Hussam fears people will start killing each other for food. Hussam is one of more than 600,000 children trapped in Rafah, the congested city in southern Gaza bordering Egypt. The city was theoretically meant to be a refuge from intense Israeli attacks, but the Israeli government says an operation in the overcrowded city hosting some 1.5 million people is now imminent. Watch No Refuge for Rafah's Children for a poignant portrayal of life in Gaza's last safe zone as Israel's ground assault looms. Now, I know talking about food is a really tricky thing. But like food being used as a weapon. Oh. Spokesperson of the UN Agency for Palestine Refugees, Jonathan Fowler, on Monday spoke to Al Jazeera from occupied East Jerusalem on Israel's evacuation order in Rafah ahead of the planned offensive. We're in a situation where any large-scale advances from Israel forces in Rafah are going to mean more suffering and death. Of course they are. Of course they are. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's part of the point, isn't it? Yeah, it's not just a form of torture, but it is a form of genocide. They are what they're talking about with this offensive now in Rafah. What is worrying me, what this is reminding me is of it's like the death marches. You know, we've starved them. They've been in these concentration camps. They've been in these, you know, not even all open air. A lot of it's been closed air as well. Encampments. And now we're going to march them out of there far away. Now, apparently, the consequences will be devastating for the population of Rafah. That's 6 times the pre-war population. Half of the 1.4 million people are children. So we're talking about 700,000 children. Most of these people have been displaced by many times already. The challenge is insurmountable at this stage. And these people are already starving. They're already starving. They do not, like, imagine being starving and then having your boss show up and tell you that you had to haul ass today and start marching. Like, you'd just say, fuck it, I'm sick, I'm going back to bed. And these people just don't have a choice. You know? Just, oh my God. Yeah, even contingency plans offer little solace. The fallout for such an offensive would be simply catastrophic. There's nowhere for them to go. There's no food. And a lot of this as well, like, people want to say that this isn't genocide, or the left are being, like, when I hear about some of the ways that they've used food as a weapon, it reminds me of what the early settlers did to the indigenous populations here, where they used to leave bags of flour out for indigenous peoples to find that had been laced with poison. So they'd cook damper up for their family and kill their whole family. How horrendous to use food in that way. Israel are doing it with their food trucks, where they let the food trucks in, and then once the Palestinians come out to try and get aid and get food, they shoot them down or bomb them. Like, I think the only thing that I can safely say is that we're not ignoring it. It doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, I'm going to have to jump off in a bit so I can go and cook dinner for the kids. But, you know, we certainly haven't been the start of a nightmare scenario. Spokesman for Norwegian Refugee Council said Israeli evacuation orders are completely problematic, inhumane and unsafe. All things we know. All things we know. So that just updated just now. The Al-Mawasi, where people are being ordered to evacuate. The Al-Mawasi, where people are being ordered to evacuate to, is not equipped to accommodate more internally displaced people, as it already hosts hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. It does not have enough humanitarian assistance to service to support additionally displaced populations. Hadid called the evacuation order the start of a nightmare scenario for the people of Rafah, who have been terrified for months now over what is to come. She said agencies are also terrified because a Rafah offensive would lead to the collapse of the aid response. It's really reliant on the Rafah hub to distribute aid, to organise aid throughout the area. So, excellent. They have nowhere to go. There is nowhere for them to go. And, you know, I think as hard as it is, I think we need to keep talking about it. We need to keep our eyes on this issue. We need to keep talking about it. And again, like, it's not just important to talk about Palestine. It's not important to talk about Gaza. It's also important to talk about Sudan. It's important to talk about, you know, what's happening in other places as well around the world that aren't getting as much attention. And certainly one of the most problematic things about this conflict in particular is that we know that this is a concerted effort to wipe out this population that is being funded and promoted by our governments. And so it makes it very close to home, because we know that we are complicit. We know that we are complicit. And it makes it very hard. It makes it very hard to sit down and look in the mirror, that's for sure. And to, you know, can you bring up, I believe it's, here we go, let me see. Here we go. Map. Far out. Why is this like this? Like, why is life like this? Yeah. Oh, why is it not popping up on there? Oh, that wasn't popping up on my other thing for some reason. It wasn't popping on my other thing for some reason. Yes, I'm bringing it up now. Share screen. Here we go. So, this is sort of a map of Israel. We're zoomed in here to Gaza. This is Rafah down here. Let's find, hang on. Here we go. Oh, far out. This is so old. This is so old. 1 kilometer wide, 14 kilometers long. Yes. You're going to see how much smaller it is than Rafah. Let me see the maps. Here we go. What's happened? Sorry, I'm just going to mute the mic for a second. I think, hang on, I'm trying to find a better map than this one, because this is an old map. This is an old map because here on this map, so that's Rafah down there. That's Rafah down here. All right. This is the area that they're being told to move into. that's already overcrowded. This is the whole area where 1.2 million people are currently housed, and they're all being told they have to cram into this area here. Now, this was back in December, so I want to find one that's more up to date. Let's find... Yeah, 1 kilometre wide, 14 kilometres long. Where is it? Oh. Never mind. I know, now I'm getting obsessive over it, aren't I? Here we go. Here we go. This might be a better map. All right. So this here is the humanitarian area right now. They're saying this is Rafah here, right? They're all of these people, all this area here, they're telling all of them, it's fine, you can go into here, okay? But this area here is the only area that's actually set up as a humanitarian area. So if you look at how much of this so that's where they want them to evacuate to, they're saying. But again, we know what's going to happen. They're trying to shrink them all down into this area because this is the only actual humanitarian zone. They're saying they're going to expand it, but they don't have the facilities to expand it. This is all they've got. That's all they've got just there. Yeah. Just for perspective. So, oh my God, Rafah offensive to cause mass atrocities, mass civilians death. Yeah, we saw that coming. Yep, that was obvious, wasn't it? That we said that. Ad starting soon. Awesome. Ad starting soon. We've got an ad break, guys. We'll come back and we'll talk about this some more. Yay. How good's that? Finally some bonus content time because I have been waiting for a while. It's been sitting there packed, ready to go. Now, after these ads, I'm just going to have a few more minutes, guys, and then I am going to have to log off because my kids, I do need to go cook their dinner. Like, woo! No. Whew. Never underestimate our lurkers. Lurkers be lurking. We got lots of lurkers be lurking. I gotta say, you cough a lot less when you're smoking through a clean implement. So just saying, clean your implements, people. If you're watching this is your notice to clean your implements. I didn't clean mine, so I am going to start coughing in a second. Clean your tools, yeah. I am going to have a break after today, though. So remind me next time I'm live that I'm not doing any bonus content for a while. I want to give my lungs a bit of a break while I've got this cold. All right, Israel military. Whew, let's wait. We're going to wait for the ad to come back. I just had a cry, so I was distracted. Oh, no, Amy, I'm so sorry. Was it because of this? Was it because of all of the sadness? I'm so sorry. It's so depressing. going to do something about it. We are going to do something. We are going to do what we can to help. We are going to do what we can to help. And, you know, I mean, that's if it is about this. So we just got an update in just while we were on break then. We just got an update. Apologies. I'm just anxious because I feel sick. Oh. So we just got an update in just while we were on break then. That Israel's military has begun dropping leaflets over Rafah, warning of the impending operation. The Israel military has begun dropping the red leaflets on the eastern areas of Rafah, telling Palestinians to flee to Al-Mawasi, claiming that the displacement will be temporary. The leaflets state to all of the residents of those currently sheltering in the Rafah camp, the Brazil camp, and the neighborhood of Al-Shabira and the Al-Zoh. Oh! Put ice in it, yeah. That's the worst. Clean your implement and put ice in it. Absolutely. The leaflet also warns that the Israeli military is about to operate with force against the terror organizations in the area you currently reside, adding that anyone in the area puts themselves and their family members in danger. Now, again, going back to that little area of what they actually had, remember? Now, with that information about what they're talking about, if they're telling them all to evacuate to that one area, they are telling them all to just evacuate to that area there. They keep trying to say that they're expanding the area, but all the information they keep giving keeps telling them. Here we go. This is Israeli news. So this is their website. Of course they're lying about it. Israel announces expanded humanitarian zone with field hospitals, tents and basic supplies. No, that's a lie. They haven't given that at all. And they're not expanding it to this area. This is bullshit. They're telling them all to go. All of the letters that they're actually handing out are telling them people to go to this area here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That just annoys me. That just annoys me. Ah. Okay. So, I am going to have to log off now, guys. I do have to go and cook dinner for my children. So sorry to do this. We've unfortunately, had some bad news this afternoon as well. Our talk of fascism was interrupted by some sort of breaking news about this offensive. I am going to go feed my babies. What I'm also going to do, though, is later on when the babies are in bed, I might... Oh, I don't want to make any promises tonight because I already feel exhausted. And they have been so sick. Honestly, you don't even know how sick they've been over this weekend. Ugh. So not fun. So not fun being at home with sick babies, not going to lie. But I do love them. I love them dearly. Dearly, dearly, dearly. You have to go into the office on Wednesday. No ifs, no buts. On Wednesday. Fair enough. We won't see you Wednesday then. We won't expect you on Wednesday. That's fine. That's fine. All righty. Well, thank you, everyone, for joining. No, Tuesday and Thursday now. How is this? What is going on? Not all of the messages pop up in all of the places. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Stick to your schedule. Oh, tomorrow, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Well, that's good because the other days are the days I stream. So you have to go into the office on days when you don't need to be online to see me. So that works, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Now, we didn't end up watching all of Second Thoughts video on, I'm just going to share the page that he's, I'm just going to share that screen before we go. So you remember where we started with. Yeah, I'm closing off now, guys. So if you want to go and check out his channel, go and check out his work, and see about perhaps, looking into whatever he's got going on over there. Don't forget to follow what's going on through Al Jazeera News, obviously. Like, share, and subscribe. Follow me all of the places that I am. You can find all of those links down below and in my bio. Join the Discord. It's very important to join the Discord. We have a book club. We have a media chat where we share cool media. We are going to start making shirts. We've got a shirt making project happening. The Discord is a very cool place to be. Join it by joining up through the Discord. Love you guys all so much, whether you're new or old here. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, have a fabulous evening. Yes, absolutely do. Love you all so much. And